icy red.
And she is through for lead jammer. Freudian Slit still stuck behind a very strong wall off the Snipers. Getting knocked to the inside of the track once again.
Stockard Slamming having a great blocking game here. Really good at her assists, but also forcing out the jammers. But, I mean, all of the blockers here for the Snipers are doing a great job.
Absolutely.
4 points there for the Snipers.
Again, worth pointing out that this is Sydney Roller Derby League's B team taking on the Canberra Roller Derby League A team, who, as we mentioned before, are one of the top teams in the country. I believe they finished third at last year's Great Southern Slam, which is pretty much an Australia-wide competition with dozens and dozens of teams. So they did very well to finish third in that competition.
That's right. The playoffs for third and fourth was actually Vice City Rollers versus Assassins, the A team that are currently playing Perth. I looked over and the Assassins are dominating Perth in this the game over on track 2. Meanwhile, this game, Bambi Von Smasher lead jammer against Carnage for the Snipers, getting through an easy 4 points, calling off the game, the jam.
Game's still got 7.5 minutes to go before we can
I
call
don't
that
want to
one
get
off.
ahead of myself.
So a score update now. The Canberra Roller Derby League Vice City Rollers have cracked the 300 mark, leading the Snipers 303 to 51.
303 is also Bubble's number.
We'll see if they can make it to Over's number next and get to 327.
Okay, so Knuckles jamming for Vice City Rollers against Micro Machine. Knuckles not waiting for anyone to bust a hole for her. She'll make her own holes to get through for lead jammer. Micro Machine about half a lap away. Lowdown Hoedown being the last line of defence there, but getting knocked down herself. 4 points there for Knuckles, none to Carnage in that last jam.
And Barry Bad stepping up to the jammer line for the Vice City Rollers again against the captain of the Snipers, Feisty Cuffs. Currently, the Snipers have a 4-3 pack advantage. We'll see if they can take advantage of that.
Very bad, caught behind a really strong bracing wall there by the Snipers. Meanwhile, Chaos is doing some great blocking with Bubbles and Stone Jet for the Vice City Rollers. Tonya Harder came up to defend.
Feisty Cuffs making it through for another lead jam. She's really performed well in this second half as the jammer for the Snipers.
I think the trick in this part of the game is to just be patient and try and take as much time as you need. Oh,
she's copped a
Cuffs,
heavy hit.
Yeah, I think the jam was either called or she called it off. Getting a bit of a knock there and just really watching her head. I'm hoping that she doesn't have a concussion, but she may need to sit out the next 3 jams just to make sure everything is okay. So we'll check in on her in just a little while.
So a 4-2 pack advantage to the Snipers here, with Freudian Slit stepping up for the Vice City Rollers.
Freudian Slit giving a little bump to Carnage there into the Vice City blockers, Bambi Von Smasher and Anthrax. Freudian Slit through on the inside line for lead jammer for the Vice City Rollers.
And Bambi and Anthrax doing a fantastic job with just the 2 of them holding up Carnage there. She finally makes her way through.
Freudian Slit looking like she wanted to call off the jam, but I think at that point she wanted to get Stone Jet out of the penalty box. So they're...
Take up a bit more time on the game clock, so you have a full pack in the next jam.
That's right. There was a risk of giving away points, and I think a few points were awarded to Carnage in that last jam, but when you're ahead...
Yes.
When you're ahead by...
200
and something points, I think you can
a
take the risk.
jam is okay.
I'm not sure if this game will affect their rankings, but I do know that they're keeping that in mind this weekend. They'll be playing Rector City later on in the tournament and wanting to get as much headway in point differentials at this tournament here at Quad Save the Queen.
And with so many WOOFTA leagues here this weekend, we have a number of both regulation and sanctioned games on offer. So teams will be doing everything they can to help their points ranking and move up the table.
And Micro Machine getting sent to the penalty box as jammer. So Knuckles is unopposed. 4 points going to Vice City on that pass.
Joining her in the box is Low Blow Oreo.
Oh, an easy inside line pass there. Squeezing past Levi Strides on the inside there, getting a 5-point pass for Vice City Rollers. Snipers setting up a 3-wall brace. Pack advantage going to Vice City. Spite coming forward for Vice City to knock up that brace wall a little bit. Knuckles getting through, taking a bit of a knee.
Calling
slide,
the jam
Rockstar.
off. It looked like about half a second after the Snipers jammer was released, so they won't get the advantage of the power jam start this jam. And Feisty Cuffs has made her way back to the track, which is excellent to see. She obviously wasn't too heavily affected by that knock.
Yes, I'm not sure if the 3 jam sit out was enforced, but I think the referees might have done a check on her and just said, if you feel right to play, then you can, and she is really trying to bust up that 4-wall brace. Stone Jet doing a really great job at steering that pack to make sure that Feisty Cuffs does not get around. Almost made it through on the outside, but took a bit of a fall there.
Looks like she may have tripped over one of her own teammates' legs there. In a friendly fire.
Chaos through for lead jammer for Vice City. And blockers just wanting to get a few points there for Chaos. And Chaos was forced to the outside and forced to call. She doesn't look too unhappy about it. She's just happy to be here.
She's had a strong game so far, Chaos.
Well, it's really great having her skating with the league. She's done a really great job in fitting in really well in some of the home games, but also the representative games here.
Absolutely. And I guess you can even say we've got an international presence here then this weekend with her.
We do. We've got her from Finland. We've got some skaters from New Zealand. We've got some Canadians here. It's a really great way of Derby bringing everyone together.
And Bambi making her way through on the inside, avoiding some blocking, showing some excellent avoidance skill there. Meanwhile, Carnage has been knocked back to the end of the engagement zone.
Very bad having a blocking jam here. She's been jamming quite a lot, and I really love watching her. Her blocking is just so precise and on point that it's great to see her blocking as well. Anthrax being the last line of defense for Carnage. And having to yield. Bambi Von Smasher trying to see if they can eat the baby a little bit.
And there we go.
And Buffalo Kill coming through. Buffalo Kill and Anthrax coming up, but Bubble took a bit of a fall there. Anthrax getting a failure to reform penalty. Best laid plans. Buffalo Kill just looking a little bit sheepish there, but she just is really great at laughing those things off. A timeout being called there by Vice City Rollers, seeing if they can get in one more jam at the end of this game. Score update, Vice City Rollers on 343, Snipers on 53.
And with 10 seconds remaining on the game clock, I'm pretty sure this will be our last jam once the teams have a little 1-minute breather, and the referees too.
And really, although the Snipers are behind in points, they have played phenomenally.
Absolutely, yes.
Just really giving it their all. They're not giving these points away to Canberra by any means. And I think this will really help them in all of the other games that they play this year. I think there are a few more rounds of 5x5 to go.
There are 2 more rounds of the 5x5 and then the finals. So they could have another 2 games potentially, because I believe one of those 2 rounds they do have the bye. But it's been good watching them in the 5x5. They have improved every single game. As I said, coming into the competition with basically no notice whatsoever. They've just improved as the season has gone on, and they're showing again here today how hard they're making Canberra Roller Derby League work for their points, that they really are improving game by game.
That's right. And once you've played the number 3 team in the country, I think
Yes. If that's
some
not a
5x5 action
learning experience for
will be quite enjoyable for them.
Yes.
So looks like there are 3 blockers apiece in this jam. 1 blocker from each team in the bin. Freudian Slit getting through for lead jammer. Micro Machine about half a track away.
And the game clock has now expired, so when this jam ends, we will be finishing.
Freudian Slit through for 4 points there, and Micro Machine trying to get through for some points.
Looks like she has made her way past a couple of the Canberra Roller Derby League blockers, and she's through the pack, picks up 4 points. Good to see them, even here in the very last jam of the game, still fighting hard and still putting points on the board.
Absolutely. They're not giving up. They're not wanting to give up any more points at this last jam of the game. Freudian Slit getting through and calling it.
And the head referee blows time in that game. Our unofficial final score, 351 to 57. It has been a very enjoyable game.
Great. Well, we have just finished the first game here on track 1 at Quad Save the Queen. The Queen's birthday long weekend tournament here in Canberra, hosted by Canberra Roller Derby League. It has been a pleasure calling this game. I need to go over to track 2. I think I'll be calling a game with Sue Rat, who's just been benching the Vice City Rollers.
Everyone's multitasking this weekend. I now need to go down and get my referee gear on.
Okay, well, signing off. My name is Peachy Keane.
And I'm Sleaze Irwin.
And we will see you later on in the tournament. See ya.
All right, we've got the Vice City Betamax coming up against Richter City All-Stars. First jam on the way, and Fast Lap is jamming for the Vice City Betamax. I'm not sure who that is for Richter City. Looks like it's Anna Pavuova, who has lead jammer, but Fast Lap is about half a lap behind her. Anna coming up, and she's scored a couple points. And she calls it with 4 points, none to Vice City Betamax. Now we've got Pink Miss lining up to jam against Beatrix Kiddo. Vice City Betamax taking the back line. Richter City sitting hard on top. This is the first game for both teams. Richter City, the only New Zealand team in the tournament. And looks like Beatrix Kiddo is out first. Pink Miss held up at the back. Beatrix Kiddo coming around for points now as Pink Miss gets out the front. And she calls the jam. That brings Richter City to 4 to Canberra Vice City B's Betamax 0. All right, we've got Harlot Oscara lining up to jam. I can't quite see who she's up against, but they're not wearing a lot of shirt right now. It must be very cold. Looks like that is Princess Slayer, held up by a wall of Roxy, Mushy and Stomp at the front with Ruby Doom. She gets out the front for lead. Harlot's still pushing against the Richter City wall. Harlot knocked out of bounds and has to reset as Princess Slayer comes up and makes another 5-point pass. That Richter City pack really giving Harlot a hard time at the moment as Princess Slayer is coming around for her second scoring pass. Looks like Richter City have a skater down. Nope, she's getting back up and going back to the bench. So we've got Volcanic Ash up to jam against Fast Lap, who's on her second jam for the day. Fast Lap working hard at that Richter City wall. Hit out of bounds. And it looks like Volcanic Ash has gotten out with lead jammer. Both packs are moving relatively fast. Vice City Betamax only with 2 on the track. Quickly joined by Ellis Stomp coming back from the bin. She's up the front with Lady. And Volcanic Ash calls it. So that brings the score to 0 for Vice City Betamax and 21 for the Richter City All-Stars. Looks like we're going old school and getting a start up at the pivot line. It's been a little while since we've had that happen. And we've got Anna Pavuova up to jam again. Pink Mist for the Vice City Betamax. She's working hard on that Richter City wall as Roxy and Punky are trying to assist. Oh, it looks like we've got Anna Pavuova in the penalty box, so it's a power jam for the Vice City Betamax. Pink Miss lead jammer. 1 to the bin for Richter City, so 3 on the track, and looks like Boudica's going up to offer an assist for Pinky. Pink Miss now left with one to beat. On the outside, she gets hit out. That is Bubble O'Kill. There are 2 Bubble O'Kills at this tournament. One is playing for the Vice City Rollers, Canberra's A team. Anna Pavuova now out of the pack on her initial pass. And Pink Mist calls it. That's 5 points for Pink Mist, bringing the score to 21-5. Now we've got Stomp up to jam. She will be jamming against Beatrix Kiddo. Beatrix Kiddo pushing hard up the outside. As Stomp is trapped behind that Richter wall. Roxy offering an assist but not having any success. Now we have Beatrix Kiddo coming around for points. She makes a pretty easy pass through that pack. As Stomp is dragged backwards again by the Richter City pack. Beatrix Kiddo making another pass. Doing a nice little twirl around the outside there. And it looks like Stomp is out with no lead, but she's on her initial pass now. Coming up for points. Kiddo calls the jam. She gets 3 for her efforts on that pass, none to the Vice City Betamax. Brings the score to 5-34. All right, we've got Princess Slayer and Ruby Doom up to jam. With Bubble O'Kill in the pack for Richter City All-Stars, setting up a brace. Can't help but think that these girls must be a bit cold. The weather in Canberra this weekend is freezing. Nice hit out and drag back there by Pink Mist and Harlot. But that doesn't stop Princess Slayer getting out and getting lead. Ruby trying to break up that Richter City pack as the Vice City Betamax is setting up for another defensive wall against Princess Slayer. Lego Lass is taking on Princess Slayer at the front, but she gets around her. We have Roxy Diehart coming in from the bin. Ruby Doom still on her initial pass. And she's really struggling with that pack now. Looks like the Vice City Betamax are going for a star pass. Roxy Diehart has now received the star. And she is out, finishing that initial pass. Princess Slayer getting the cue from her bench to call it. And that brings the scores to 5 for Vice City Betamax and 48 for the Richter City All-Stars. So Harlan in the bin for the Vice City Betamax. Fast lap up to jam. We've got a full pack for Richter City. And their jammer is out with lead. That is Volcanic Ash. Fast lap still struggling with that walls. Princess Slayer holding her back. Booty and Mushy setting up their defense at the back of the pack. But Volcanic Ash gets through untouched. Slap only has one to beat now, and she has completed her initial pass. Volcanic Ash just coming around for points. She hits that wall of green and purple. She receives 3 points for that pass. We have Ella Stomp back up to jam now for the Vice City Betamax, and she's being joined by Anna Pavuova. Full packs for both teams. Penalty box is empty. Both packs ready themselves. Anna Pavuova going by her name and really just pushing those walls out hard. Elliston being hit out by the Richter City pack. Oh, big stack there with Pink Miss and Anna Pavuova. Vice City Betamax resetting as Punky takes out the jammer. Ella Stomp now free on her initial pass. She's heading around trying to get some points as the Vice City B set up their defense. Dracula causing some grief at the back there for Anna, who calls it with 1 point. We're about 10 minutes into the game now, and the score is 62 for the Richter City All-Stars and Canberra Vice City B sitting on 5 points. We have Beatrix Kiddo up to jam against Harlot Oscara for the Vice City Betamax. Whistle blows. Oh, and Beatrix Kiddo just plows through that wall. Harlot Oscara manages to do some fancy footwork on the inside line and get through. I think that's the quickest escape from the pack we've had all game for both jammers. And Beatrix Kiddo calls it with 3 points. Both teams seem to be playing a relatively fast game of Derby today. The pack is moving relatively quickly. Fast Lap asking her pack to move further back as she lines up to jam against Princess Slayer. Princess Slayer just hits that wall really hard. And she's out the front with Punky, but gets lead. Fast Lap still trying to make her best of the Richter walls as Princess Slayer comes up and gets an untouched pass. Both jammers now hot on each other's tails. Princess Slayer giving Fast Lap a little nudge, and she calls it off with no points. All right, we have Volcanic Ash taking the line again. Oh, a timeout called by the Vice City Betamax. And the teams are just going to take a huddle for a minute and chat about what's going on. Vice City Betamax probably just trying to break the momentum of the Richter City All-Stars and see if they can change up the game a bit to get some points on the board. So this morning we've seen the Canberra Roller Derby League Vice City Rollers take on the Sydney City Snipers, that's Sydney's B team. And the VCRs have come away with a win there. Meanwhile, the Sydney Assassins, which is Sydney Roller Derby League's A team, have beaten Perth Roller Derby League's West Coast Evils. If you are interested in what's going on, you can always check out the Twitter feed or look up hashtag QTSQ or Quad Save the Queen. You can follow Canberra Roller Derby League on Twitter at CRDL Derby and at CRDL Live. Got 5 seconds to go with Stomp against Volcanic Ash. Both teams with full packs. Stomp pushing out the front there, looking strong. She's got a couple more to beat as Volcanic Ash is held up and hit out by Harlot Oscara at the back of the pack. And Stomp, oh, no lead jammer. She had a no pass, no penalty. So if the Vice City Betamax can hold on, oh, there will be no lead jammer in this jam. as the Richter City Jammer removed her panty. Stomp getting a penalty, a back block, and heading to the bin. This is leaving Volcanic Ash with a power jam. She makes one pass and gets those 5 points. The Vice City Betamax trying to set up their walls. Richter City trying to stop them doing that. Volcanic Ash hitting the pack hard. Richter City coming to a stop, going for that passive offense as Roxy Diehart and Ruby try to hold up Volcanic Ash with no luck. Stomp back on the track for the Vice City Betamax, ready to score some points for her team. Volcanic Ash coming around for another scoring pass. Few tumbles on the track there. Stompy pushing hard out the front of the pack. Richter City really bridging it out, trying to give their blockers as much space to block as possible. Oh, Richter City block out Stompy, who has to reset all the way to the back behind Anna Pavuova. There's a lot of double threats on the track today for Richter City. Many people blocking and jamming all at the same time. So Stomp has passed the star to Harlot, and the jam ends naturally. So it looks like the Vice City Betamax have gotten 4 points in that jam. Richter City scoring 10. Brings our score to 80 Richter City and 9 for the Vice City Betamax. We're about halfway through the first half. And we've got Pink Miss lining up to jam against Anna Pavuova, who was just blocking in the previous jam. Ooh, she just breaks through that wall for lead jammer. Vice City Betamax trying to do some assisting for their jammer Pink Mist before Anna Pavuova heads back around to the pack. Relatively fast pack at the moment. As Pinky's struggling to get through, Vice City Betamax really trying to set up that wall. It's just Lego, and Anna Pavuova is through. Oh, nice hit out there by, who's that? Maybe Suffragette, I believe. Just caught Pinky on that inside line. Anna Pavuova breaking out the front of the pack there, as she and Pink Miss is drawn back by Bubble O'Kill. Oh, a little apex jump there from Anna Pavuova, who is just having a very good run of passes. And she gets through that pack again. Someone's had a big stack on the outside. The star for the Vice City Betamax has been passed to Legolas. Oh, it looks like we've had an illegal star pass. So Pink Mist will be heading to the box. She is still the jammer, even though she is not wearing the panty. Vice City Betamax setting up their defense with a braced wall as Richter City All-Stars come in for that offense. Anna Pavuova getting slowed down a little bit by that wall of green. And she's hit out by Boudica. And she calls it from a nice little cross-legged position on the ground. Pink Miss has now been handed her jammer star as she sits in the box. We have the Richter City All-Stars starting with a power jam. Beatrix Kiddo with the purple and orange star. She's got a good punch on the walls, that girl, and she breaks out for lead. Vice City Betamax setting up their walls. Pink Miss coming back on. She's had a little bit of a break and she's attacking that purple wall with new vigor. Having some trouble on the outside. Oh, but she gets a cut track penalty. And Pink Mist will be heading back to the box, leaving Beatrix Kiddo with a power jam for Richter City. She breaks through that wall like a hot knife through butter and picks up another 5 points. Whoa, Harlot Oscara doing some matrix action on the track there, as Beatrix Kiddo makes another pass for 5 points. Roxy Diehard doing some blocking up the front with Harlot Oscara, trying to give Beatrix Kiddo a bit of a hard time. Stop her scoring those points, as Pink Mist is back on the track. She's getting a bit of a workout with Jenny Dodgem. Roxy and Harlot giving Beatrix Kiddo a hard time. Pink Mist. Wow, she gets another cut track. And Pink Mist will be heading back to the box. This is the third jammer penalty in a row for Canberra. That's a 29-point jam for Richter City. No points for Vice City Betamax. Score is now 143 Richter City to Vice City Bees on 9. Princess Slayer taking the line for the Richter City All-Stars, ready to earn her team some points. And she gets a beautiful pack assist to break through that wall on her initial pass. Vice City Betamax setting up a strong 3-wall. But again, that assist just really gives Princess Slayer an easy path through the pack. It's 5 points as she comes up for more. And she sneaks around on the outside there as Pink Mist is heading back to the pack. Pink Mist has removed her star. She's just trying to get past those last 2 blockers at the front, but they hit her out. Pink just trying to get to her pivot to pass the star. And she's hit out there by, I'm not too sure who that is. 737, that's Ella Kazan. Meanwhile, Princess Slayer is racking up the point. She's got 20 already in this pass. Star pass completed for the Vice City Betamax. Stomp now with the star. Princess Slayer's heading around for more points. Both packs start speeding up. And Princess Slayer calls it. Just trying to kill some penalty time for her blocker there. And maybe wind down the clock a little bit. Richter City only with 12 skaters for the whole weekend, so if they're trying to conserve a little bit now, it's probably a wise move. There is a massive amount of games on this weekend. And we've got Volcanic Ash up to jam for Richter City against Lego Lass, who is the captain of the Vice City Bees. She's out for lead jammer. I believe this is her first jam of the game. And she's coming around to put some points on the board for the Vice City Betamax. Volcanic Ash coming and making some, coming around to score some points as Lego's pushing out the front to just catch those last few. Bit of a dog pile at the back there. And Volcanic Ash gets held up by Fast Lap. And is met at the front by Fast Lap and Dracula just when she thinks she's free. Lego still working on the Richter City wall. She steps around that inside. The Vice City Betamax managing to hold on to Volcanic Ash as Lego comes around for some more points. Lego hit to the outside and has to reset behind Suffragette, and she calls it. She earns 1 point on that pass, bringing her total for that jam for 5-0 for the Richter City All-Stars. That brings the Canberra Vice City Betamax to 14, and the Richter City All-Stars are at 170. Pink Miss stepping up to jam again. She's going to jam against Anna Pavey-Over. We've got the Richter City All-Stars at the pivot line. The Vice City Bees setting up behind. One in the bin for Richter City. Pink Miss still having a bit of trouble with that pack. Harlot Oscara doing some nice honour hits there. Oh, Pink Miss being very careful not to get that cut track. As she comes around, Harlot giving her a very nice assist, and she makes her way through the pack on that initial pass. She is hot on Anna Pavey-Over's tail, keen to get some points. Oh! Anna Pavey-Over has a back block penalty now, leaving Pink Miss with a power jam for the Vice City Betamax, giving her an opportunity to put some more points on the board and close that gap. Lady and Harlot trying to give Pink some help as she's up the front, trapped by Princess Slayer and Bubble O'Kill. Pinky going for the star pass to Harlot. Harlot dancing around. She does not have the panty on, which means she will not be getting points. But Pink Miss evidently already scored 5. Both jammers now very close to each other on the track. Oh, and Richter City All-Stars have Anna Pavey-Over going back to the penalty box for another back block. Harlot Oscara trying to work with those Richter City walls, dancing on the inside line. And the jam comes to an end after 2 minutes. That was 5 points apiece in that jam, 175 to Richter City All-Stars and 19 to the Canberra Vice City Betamax. Legolas taking the star again, ready for another power jam. Richter City have called a timeout. We have about 4 minutes left in the half. Both teams are looking pretty good so far. This is the first of many games this weekend. So after this game, we'll have the Southside Derby Dolls, otherwise known as S2D2, the Force, playing against the Varsity Derby League's Dishonor Rollers. That will be at 1 o'clock. On the other track at the moment, we have Northside playing Convicts City in a mock sanctioned game. If you'd like to get in contact with us, you can tweet or Instagram or Facebook to the hashtag QSTQ, and we'll all see it. Oh, Richter City have too many skaters on the track. Or not. That's the ref just getting a little bit confused. Luckily, Bubble O'Kill didn't quite believe him and stayed on the track, so Richter City have the full skating force that they're allowed. So Anna Pavey-Over is out. She's on her initial pass, not lead jammer. That has gone to Legolas, who's just trying to get some points. Anna Pavey-over sneaking on the inside there. One to beat, and she's completed her pass. Legolas still trying to work on that purple wall. Anna Pavey-over having another clean pass as Legolas is still struggling at the back there. And she calls it before Anna can score any more points. That's 5 points to Legolas for that jam, bringing the Canberra Vice City B to 27. Richter City All-Stars on 185. Just over 2 minutes left in this half. Penalties aren't too bad at the moment. We've just got one skater on 3 for each team. Princess Slayer out for lead as Fast Lap is making her way around, and she is out on her initial pass too, about half a lap behind Princess Slayer. Vice City Betamax setting up their defensive walls, trying to stop Slayer scoring those points. But she calls it with all 4 points. And we've got Ella Stomp up to jam. And behind her is Beatrix Kiddo, jamming for the Richter City All-Stars. All right, we're back from halftime now. Both teams lining up on the track. One apiece in the bin each. Blocker. Princess Slayer up against Haladoscara. Princess Slayer out the front, held up by Legolas, but she is out for lead as Haladoscara is drawn backwards by Bubble O'Kill. Nice bit of footwork around the outside, gets Haladoscara out on her initial pass as Princess Slayer comes around for points. She calls it with 3. Mushy managing to save her point there. Still 3 apiece, although Richter City may not have noticed that they've actually got too many on the track right now. And Peguova stepping off. We've got Volcanic Ash up to jam against Fast Lap. Fast Lap working against the 3 Richter City blockers, who are now joined by a 4th, as Volcanic Ash is held up at the front and is out for lead jammer. Roxy Diehart coming around, trying to give Fast Lap some help. And Fast Lap is out on her initial pass, but Volcanic Ash has just managed to pick up 4 points. She calls it, taking advantage of the fact that there is still a green blocker in the bin for the Vice City Betamax. We have Ella Stomp up to jam against Anna Pavuova. Vice City Betamax still missing 1 blocker. Richter City taking it up to the pivot line. Pink Mist joining her fellow blockers on the track to help stop Anna Pavuova. Stomp out for lead jammer. Anna Pavuova hot on her tail. Stomp really cooking with gas now as she comes around. And she calls it. 1 point to Richter City, none to the Vice City Betamax. Legolas taking the star up to jam with Beatrix Kiddo with the purple star. Everyone is a bit mixed up there on the track. And Beatrix Kiddo makes her way out for lead jammer as Legolas manages to sneak out behind her. Both jammers setting to warp speed as they come around trying to get some points. And Beatrix Kiddo calls it before Legolas can score. She gets 4 points for Richter City. Fast Lap with the star again, up against Princess Slayer for Richter City. Richter City managing to get their 4th blocker on just in time. Princess Slayer doing a bit of jammer on jammer action against Fast Lap. She's hit out by Haladoscara, but resets quickly and comes in to get lead. Whoop. Someone having a bit of a stack out the front, and Fast Lap with a power jam. It looks like Princess Slayer has gone to the box for a cut track. This is a good opportunity for the VCBs to put some points on the board and really close that gap. Lady Von Wackensmack getting a cut track penalty there for the green. Fast Lap pushing that hard. She's almost out. And she gets 5 points for the Vice City Betamax. Coming around for some more points. Oh, and she sneaks through that pack on 1 foot, but is still managing to be held up by Bubble O'Kill at the front as they reset in front of her. Harlot and Ruby Doom doing some good blocking against Princess Slayer there. Fast Lap has now come back into the pack. She makes another scoring pass and she calls it. Richter City picking up 2 points on that pass, Fast Lap getting 4. That's 13 points in that jam for the Vice City Betamax, bringing the score to 40 against Richter City's 211. I ran into one of the Richter City girls at halftime in the toilet and they did confirm that yes, their shirts are very cold right now, those with the cropped version. We have Beatrix Kiddo up to jam against Lego Last. She plows through Mushy and Stomp. Lego Lass manages to push through and she is out on her initial pass as Beatrix Kiddo is lining up for some points. Richter City doing some very interesting assisting, breaking up that pack, or what's left of a pack. We now have 2 blockers apiece in the box for both teams. As Ruby Doom takes a star for the Vice City Betamax, and we also have Anna Pavuova jamming for Richter City. It's like a little fun-sized pack going on right now. 2 apiece. Ruby Doom getting herself a bit of a run up there. Anna Pavuova pushing against that wall, and she has a bit of a stack. Ruby Doom being hit to the inside by Share Trouble. Both teams getting 1 blocker out of the bin, and now the Vice City Betamax with the full blocking contingent on the track now. They line up for some defense as Anna Pavuova is coming out around to score some points. She calls it with 4 points and none for the Vice City Betamax. Richter City still have 2 blockers in the bin. Vice City Betamax starting with 4. Richter City taking their blockers up to the pivot line. Fast Lap is out for lead jammer as Dracula heads to the box for a failure to reform. Both jammers out on their initial pass now. Fast Lap in the lead with lead jammer. She's lining up to score some points for the Vice City Bees. She calls it with 3 points. That brings the score to 43 for the Vice City Betamax, 223 for the Richter City All-Stars. We now have Harlot Oscara up to jam against Princess Slayer. Harlot crouching down low. Maybe just trying to hide a little bit from those blockers so it's a bit more unpredictable for her. Beautiful assist coming from Bubble O'Kill on the outside there. Gets Princess Slayer out for lead jammer. But Harlot Oscara is close behind, about half a lap on her initial pass. 3 blockers each on the track for Richter City and Vice City Betamax. And Princess Slayer calls it before Harlot Oscara can score any points. Ruby Doom with the star again for CRDL. And I think that's Volcanic Ash for Richter City. 1 in the bin for Richter City. That is the pivot sitting in the bin. Bubble O'Kill. Both jammers starting about 10 feet back from the line, trying to get a bit of a run up. Looks like Volcanic Ash is going to do some jammer on jammer action with Ruby Doom. Ruby gets past her and leaves Volcanic Ash with the wall of green. But Ruby's recycled by Princess Slayer. The Richter City All-Stars have another blocker going to the box for a pack destruction penalty. Ruby Doom just has Slayer to get past, and she's out on her initial pass, while Volcanic Ash is scoring some points. Boudica and Legolas holding up Volcanic Ash, but she calls it with 4 points. The ref's just having a think about whether or not Ruby scored. She gets 2 points for that pass. That brings the Vice City Betamax to 45, Richter City All-Stars 231. We're about 10 minutes into the second half here at the Southern Cross Stadium in Canberra. Richter City again going up to that front line. We have Anna Pavuova jamming. Looks like the Vice City Bees have locked down their defense a little bit. Looks like Fast Lap has gotten a lead over Anna Pavuova, who is hot on her tail. Going to work to set up some points there and close that gap a little bit more. Pack is now racing. Oh, and that's a low block for Anna Pavuova. She tried to jump the apex, but took out Harlot Oscara's legs. Fast Lap now with a power jam for the Vice City Betamax. Her team is trying to assist her. She sneaks around Bubble O'Kill, and she picks up 5 points for the Vice City Betamax. The packs have gone from racing to dead stopped. And pick right back up again as Dracula goes for an assist. Oh, but Fast Lap gets a forearms penalty and is sent to the bin. So it looks like we'll have a bit of a do-si-do in the penalty box. Or actually, Anna Pavuova has served her full 30 seconds, so Fast Lap will sit another full 30 seconds. Bit of a pile up at the back there. Sees the pack destroyed, and Anna Pavuova gets a pretty clear pass. Both teams lining up still. Richter City pushing for that offensive maneuver and then hitting the brakes to go passive. Punky giving Anna some grief at the front, but she is out for another 5 points. Fast Up now out of the bin and coming around, ready to score some more. This will be a full 2-minute jam, but it's over. 3 points for Richter City there. None for the Vice City Betamax. That brings the score to 50 to 244. Richter City All-Stars still in the lead. We have Legolas up to jam and Beatrix Kiddo. Both teams setting hard with their braced walls. Beatrix Kiddo going for that inside. Gets caught on Roxy Diehart. Legolas pushing those strong purple walls. Beatrix Kiddo ducks around Ella Stomp and gets lead jammer as Legolas comes around again. She's taken out by Bubble O'Kill, but is coming around again. Beatrix Kiddo gets 5 points on that pass as she laps a jammer. A skater from Richter City going to the box, that is Jenny Dodgem. And Legolas is now out on her initial pass with Beatrix Kiddo close behind her. Beatrix looks like she is winding down the clock a little bit, trying to kill her blockers penalty so they can have more blockers for more time. Ooh. No points. It could have been a very close call there. You know, from this point of view, I would say that the Vice City Betamax had scored 1 point. We have an official timeout. Maybe the refs just need a little bit of hydration. And it looks like the Vice City Betamax are calling an official review. I think Legolas is going to try and get that point. It will mean 2 points because they actually have a blocker in the bin. So we'll see how this pans out. Head referee Axiom Attic now having a conversation with the captains. They're discussing the back block penalty, it seems. It looks like Ruby Doom has been sent to the penalty box. So the outcome of that official review and we are back on. Legolas and Booty out the front trying to slow her down. And she is out for the lead jammer as they are pushed out of play. Ruby Doom now back on the track for the Canberra's Vice City Betamax. She's pushing against that wall of purple. Got some big falls going on now. Legolas trying to lay a hit on Beatrix Kiddo, but with no luck. Ruby Doom out on her initial pass now. Pretty close behind Beatrix Kiddo. Both packs trying to stay at the front and keep their points safe. Beatrix Kiddo picks up one and calls that jam. Looks like Fast Lap is now coming up to jam after being sent off because her jammer had to go to the box in the last one. She's up against Volcanic Ash. 3 on the track for the Richter City All-Stars, 4 for the Vice City Betamax. Hard pushing coming from Volcanic Ash, who gets knocked down by Pink Mist and Ellistomp. Holding her at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Fast Lap making her way through the front for lead jammer. Dracula and Stomp trying desperately to hold on to Volcanic Ash. But she gets out at the front of the pack just as Fast Lap comes around for some points. She gets a little assist from Pink Mist there, but doesn't get her through. And she calls it. It's no points for either on that pass. Big old pair of goose eggs. So Legolas back up to jam for the Vice City Betamax. She'll be jamming against Anna Pavuova. Vice City Betamax setting up a hard braced wall with Elikazam trying to get in the way of that. Elikazam offers a assist for her jammer, which works quite well, while Lego is held up at the back. Booty getting her team in their wall together as Lego pushes the Richter City All-Stars pack out the front. And she's completed her initial pass. Anna Pavuova picking up 4 on that last pass, and she calls it before Lego can score. We've got under 5 minutes to go in this game. Score is at 307 Richter City All-Stars, 72 for the Vice City Betamax. Harlot Oscara is taking the start, and she'll be jamming against Beatrix Kiddo. Only 2 on the track, 3 on the track for Richter City, which is interesting. They do not have any blockers in the bin, so that's just something going wrong with the benching. Not quite getting enough players on the track in time. They will have to suffer for the length of this jam. However, Beatrix Kiddo is lead jammer, and she has the power. She picks up 4 points and calls it off before the Vice City Betamax can pick up any. Fast Lap taking the start now for the Vice City Betamax. She'll be jamming against Princess Slayer. Pack settling themselves, ready for those jammers to hit. Drake and Ruby going back to give Fast Lap some help with those walls now. Legolas offering Slap some assists as Princess Slayer comes around on her scoring pass. Both jammers out of the pack at the same time. It's the battle of the plaited pigtails going on right now. And they both are very tall and lean. It's like some weird Twilight Zone jammer face-off. Princess Slayer calls it before either can score any points. But it looks like number 1, 2, 3, Tino Turner got a cut track at the last second there. And she will head to the penalty box for the Richter City All-Stars. Princess Slayer, evidently not having enough fun in that jam, has lined up now with the pivot star to block for the Richter City All-Stars. Harlot Oscara with the star for Canberra, and Beatrix Kiddo for Richter City. Harlot getting caught up on Princess Slayer, while Beatrix Kiddo has a very easy pass through the pack. Harlot forced to recycle to the back. Very hard hits going on from both teams. Pink Mist trying to hold up Beatrix Kiddo, while Harlot Oscara is left to recycle again at the back. Oh, but she gets a penalty. I believe that was a cut track. That's her 5th penalty of the game. Princess Slayer taking a star pass. This will be her 2nd jam in a row now. She gets held up by Roxy Diehart, but resets quickly and is out for 5 points. Harlot Oscara now standing in the penalty box, ready to re-enter. Anna Pavey over at the back of the pack, wanting to draw her back. Harlot really trying to break up those walls, as Princess Slayer is coming around for more points. We've got about 20 seconds left in this jam. There's mayhem going on out there. Both packs just trying to help their jammer out or stop them. It's all happening. And the jam comes to its natural conclusion. That's the unofficial final. 24 points in that jam for Richter City has brought them to 340 to Canberra Vice City Betamax 72. So I believe the refs are just going to... Oh, and it's been made official by Axiomatic. That is the final score, 340 to 72. Richter City All-Stars defeat Canberra Vice City Betamax. So next on this track at 1 o'clock will be Southside Derby Girls, the Force against the Varsity Roller Derby League's Dishonour Rollers. So tune back in then. Bye.
Hello, people at home. This is Quad Save the Queen. This is the third bout of the day. Pool 2 Varsity Derby League. Dishonor Rollers versus Southside Derby Dolls, The Force. Our first whistle has gone. The first lineup is coming on. We have Underbelly Morelli. For Varsity, we have Red Hot Chili Pepper Main Event, Cleaver, and Ginger Ale. Up on the jammer line, we have Dom versus Blocked Pussy. First whistle is gone. Blocked Pussy hits a strong four-wall from Southside. And there goes Freewee. Freewee, also known as Dom on her shirt. Jamming, coming around the track, and Blocked Pussy is just out. Do the DHRs have the wall together in time? 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and calling off the jam. A 4-point pass for Freewee, none for Varsity. First points of the game. So, interesting fact, Varsity and S2D2 are both in the 5x5, versed each other last year in the finals. This is a common matchup. 5 seconds called. A 3-wall for S2D2 and a 4-wall for Varsity. Both jammers stuck in Varsity. Cherry Bomb hitting that backward skater. And one to the bin for Varsity. It is now 3-on-3. Breaking through the front wall, we have 2-3. Danny Hell for S2D2. Fast pack, speeding it up, hoping Cherry Bomb can catch her. As they run out the front, a 4-point pass for Cherry Bomb. First points on the board for the Dishonor Rollers. And 4 for S2D2. Up for the first jam of the day, we have Laser Station. Jamming up against 187 Freewee for her second jam. 3-wall in the front for Varsity and a flat and a Texas at the back for S2D2. Coming around the outside, Laser Station is knocked out. And Dom is out of the pack. Followed hot on her heels by Laser Station. Coming around the corner, a bit of jammer on jammer action. Dom is knocked down. Calling it off. No points either side. So we have roles reversed. A 3-wall at the front for S2D2 and a Texas at the back. It shows you where Derby is going these days. And that is Joe Dirt hitting the front wall as Danny Hell busts through. Joe Dirt being recycled by Bacardi Bruiser. And a recycled again. 5-point pass for Danny Hell. And Danny Hell coming around for some more points before calling it off. Current score 17-4. While we have a sec, I'll introduce your teams for Southside Derby Dolls The Force. We have 005 Bacardi Bruiser, 187 Dom, 20 Underbelly Morelli, 23 Danny Hell, 27 Killer B, 389 Lethal, 64 Sparky, 666 Mini, 75 Cluster Frack, 8 Fairy Blood, 99 Apocalypse. And the jammers started. Cherry Bomb getting recycled. Both jammers running back. And that is 9-9. Apocalypse struggling at the front with the varsity 2 wall before getting around on the inside line. And as Underbelly Morelli is sent to the bin, Cherry Bomb is out and on the chase for points. A strong hit from Tara Smackdale, but it sends her to the bin. On the force, we also have W00F, Whack Russell Terrier, XX3, to kill her shot. Tricky name. And we have another 3-on-3. Now a bit off the jammer line. We have Dom up against 007 Blocktopussy for her first jam. Fighting that wall, and she's out for lead jammer as Dom struggles at the back, but she is through, chasing her down. And that is 1 point, 2 point. And that is a 4-point pass for Blocktopussy. Bringing the score to 20-8. And Laser Station is up again against Danny Hell. A flat 3-wall for the Dishonor Rollers right on the jammer line. Up against that 2 and a brace. Stopping Laser Station. Laser Station is coming out the front and she is out, declared lead jammer. Danny Hill is chasing her hard behind her. The Laser Station coming up around the corner. And that is a no-point pass for S2D2 and a 2-point pass for Varsity. Varsity Derby League today has skating for the Dishonor Rollers. Number 0, Laser Station, 007, Blocktopussy, 08, Joe Dirt. And the 5 seconds is called. And Dom is sent to the bin for a high block on 3XL, leaving 08, Joe Dirt, to fight against that wall on her own. She is out. And it is a power jam. She will try and collect as many points as she can for Varsity. And this is Varsity. This is Varsity coming down. And Dom is out of the bin, fighting through that pack on her initial pass, and a penalty called, but she makes it through. Joe Dirt calling it off for another 3-point pass, bringing the score 23-20, a lead change. You should have a drink. And a 3-wall on 4-wall. Varsity's Blocktopussy jamming against Danny Hell. Up the inside, an assist from Tara Smackdale. She takes a run, but that wall is slowing her down. Making it almost all the way to the front, and Blocktopussy is out. But she is sent to the bin for a track cut, leaving Danny Hell with a power jam. Let's see what she can do with it. And another Varsity player sent to the bin. But Red Hot Chili Pepper recycling Danny Hell. And Danny Hell is going to the bin for a track cut. but Blocked Pussy is already out, so she will be serving the full 30 seconds. Blocked Pussy makes it all the way around. And she's through, but she's not lead jammer. So this will be a full 2-minute jam. She is getting taken aback. And Tara Smackdale comes up to help her. Fighting 1, 2, and she's made it through. 5-point pass. Coming up again to score and see if she can get some more points. A strong hit from Blocked Pussy knocks over the other wall. And here comes Danny Hell up against Belle the Beast and Melissa Mara. This turning, spinning, dynamic wall holding her. And calling it off for a 4-point pass for S2D2. 28-32. Next up, jam, we have Laser Station versus versus 9-9. Apocalypse. Laser Station gets knocked out. And she makes it through. A strong wall from Varsity is keeping Apocalypse back. But she finds almost getting her way through. Laser Station has found a path around the outside and is heading through for a 5-point pass. And Apocalypse is still fighting her way through that Varsity wall. While Laser Station deals with the 2 blockers at the front, she's almost out. And a strong push from Apocalypse and a little help from her friends. And we're looking for a panty pass. And we pass to 6-6-6. Minnie. Minnie's going to see what she can do. And Minnie is out. Laser Station going through for another pass. And calling it off. For another 4 points, bringing us 28-51. We're looking at this very common wall formation we're seeing, which is the Texas versus the 2 in a brace. 187 Dom versus 08 Joe Dirt. Dom is pushing up against that Varsity wall, engaging and disengaging. And a fast pack. We're looking at a bit of a mess, and Dom is out the front as Joe Dirt is still working at the back of the pack. One more blocker, and she's through, chasing her down. But Dom is lead jammer. She has the power to call it off. Coming back around, decided she hasn't got enough points, but it's too late. 0 points for Varsity and 1 point for S2D2. So, as we see our roles reversed, a 3 wall at the front and a Texas at the back. We've got Danny Hell coming in and Cherry Bomb, who's just fallen over a tactical dog pile to find herself at the front, squaring up against 666 Minnie, and she's taken her back by Tequila. Tequila and Minnie forming a nice 2-wall, knocking her out again. And Danny Hell is coming around, taking on that 3-wall of Varsity. Slowing her down. And now a 4-wall as Meme Event gets back on the track, and Cherry Bomb is out of the pack. And Danny Hell. 2 more blockers to deal with. Taking a really strong hit from Repercussions, but sending Repercussions to the bin. A 1 point for Varsity. Have Dom up against that 3-wall of Varsity, and Blocked a Pussy getting run back by S2D2. Dom is out for lead jammer as Blocked a Pussy fights against 3 of the S2D2, but slips through on the... And Dom coming around the outside after a big hit from the cleaver. Dom's gonna keep going, get some points on the board. Taking a solid hit, she's knocked back. Calling it off. Timeout to S2D2. And while we have a timeout, I'd like to thank some of our brilliant sponsors, Southern Cross Club, for having us here. Pop over to the club for a meal. St. John's for keeping us safe and taking care of the people who fall over. The Sports Tech Clinic, Canberra Spit, and Party Hire, Sweet to the Bone, Eclipse, Downunder Derby TV, our on and off skates officials for making this possible, all our volunteers, all the skaters who travelled interstate and overseas, and all the crowd who are in the venue watching this awesome bit of derby happening. So, as our jam timer blows that whistle, we have a Texas wall set up for the DHRs with Laser Station jamming against Danny Hell for S2D2. Another Texas wall. The calm before the storm. Whistle blows. Laser Station is taking on that front wall. A bit of jammer on, jammer action, but Danny Hell has found her way on the inside line. The pack is speeding up, and Laser Station is out too, hot on her heels. Will Danny Hell call it? Will Danny Hell risk it? I think she's going to try and get a point. And Laser Station's coming in. Whoa. One point for S2D2, 2 for Varsity. And after that bit of a stack, we had a low blocked call on 3XX. Tequila shot.
Next up we have Joe.
Now Joe Dirt versus Dom. Dom hits the Varsity wall, and Joe Dirt hits the front. She's pushing them out, but before she can get them out of play, she's heading back. And a cut on 08. Joe Dirt is going to the bin, making it a power jam for S2D2. And here goes Freewee after losing the panty, picking it back up. Her friend's giving her a hand. She's almost through, and on one skate, she makes it out of the pack and is called lead jammer. lead jammer, or just corrected the ref and given up her lead jammer status. What a nice guy move. Well done, Dom. But karma doesn't exist in the sport of derby when she is taking a beating from that four wall of DHRs. And Joe Dirt is out of the box, coming back in. And an attempted star pass, which turned into a throw and an illegal procedure. But Joe Dirt has come through.
So the panty pass has been passed to...
The panty pass has occurred.
She's at
And our number 27 is now our jammer, Killer B. But Joe Dirt is out. Followed closely by Killer B. 4 points apiece. 5 points to 4 points. And Joe Dirt still leading the pack, 4 points. 4 points to Killer B. We have no league jammer. So in that, we went to the full 2 minutes. OT is called as we do some checking with our NSOs. I'd like to give some love at this point to our refs and our NSOs. We have 3 crews working this tournament, and they are working hard to bring you some awesome derby action. We couldn't do it without our zebra herd. So thank you. Go hug a zebra when you have the chance. And the official review is finished up. And we start up with Blocked-A-Pussy versus Danny Hell. A 2-wall right on the jammer line for varsity versus the two in a brace for S2D2. A little stumble from Blocked-A-Pussy, but she's blocking with her friends. But Danny Hell is lost, running all the way out. And Blocked-A-Pussy is trying to catch up, but stuck with Fairy Bled. One more, and she's through. And Danny Hell getting recycled, calling it off before Blocked-A-Pussy can grab any points. A 4-point pass for S2D2 and a 0-point pass for varsity. Short and sweet, grab those points and get out. Score update, 67 to 53 in the way of the varsity Downunder Rollers. Okay, another 2-wall. We have a power jam. We have Cherry Bomb out of the pack. Chased down by Apocalypse, but with one blocker on the track, Cherry Bomb was still managed to get out first in a feat of strength and skill. Well done, Cherry Bomb. I'd like to thank all the leagues who have made it here. We've got Canberra Roller Derby for being amazing and hosting it. And the whistle goes, and Dom is up against that 3-wall of varsity, and Blocked-A-Pussy is out the front. Dom getting out around the outside, but is knocked out by Tara Smackdall. Blocktopusy coming around the inside. The outside, sorry. But getting stuck up with that 2-wall of S2D2 before Fairy Blade is called for a multiplayer block. And Dom makes it through. Chasing our lead jammer down. And we have 3 S2D2 blockers heading to the bin. What will happen is the last one to enter the bin will be told to skate on, while the other 2 have a sit for 20 seconds. And an OR is called by Colonel Panic, the bench manager for S2D2. I'm going to dedicate this official review to our vendor village, which you guys at home can't make it to, but we have some really awesome companies. A lot of them are available online. You can look them up on Facebook. We have such awesome companies as 8-Track, Bob and Weaver, Derby Obsessed 284, Rad Knickknacks, Resin Doll, Aloha 39, Pinup Paradise, Dirty Hippie Cosmetics, and Wix and Wax. These are all really good companies, and they all love Derby, so you should show them some love. Cool, so as the ref herd is in discussion, they are coming back to the captains, so let's see what the result is. And as I've got energy bounding up the stairs, I'll find out what happened for you guys. Okay, so news from the official review. It was an official review on that brilliant hit on the side, which wanted to be called as a forearms or even an expulsion, but the refs said no. That OR is lost. And Danny, going back to the action, Danny Hell is skating around as not lead jammer, while our varsity jammer, Joe Dirt, goes to the box, leaving Danny Hell with another power jam. And Danny Hell is getting hit left, right, and center by varsity blockers. But she's almost... They're out of play, letting Danny Hell through. As S2D2 try to keep Sylvia Psychopath as a goat. We're looking at a box wall from varsity. And Joe Dirt has made it through for a second pass. Oh, thank you. And Joe Dirt has made it through for a 4-point pass. And a sneaky panty pass to Fairy Bled. But Repercussion sees it. And she is having none of it. But Fairy Bled is out of the pack. No points because the star was not on her head. And Joe Dirt is dealing with 2 to varsity and none to S2D2. So, while I have a sec, I'd like to thank our stream sponsors, Better Bearings, Tavish Designs, and especially Spank Arley for making this live coverage possible. Thanks, guys. It is awesome having the ability to look back at all this amazing derby that'll happen to the next couple of days. And that is Dom going out around the outside, but getting knocked hard to the ground by Cleaver. And Laser Station dealing with that 4-wall at the front, but avoiding a cut quickly by a quick bit of footwork, while Dom is coming around looking for points. Laser Station makes it out, clearing her not lead jammer with those lovely eagle wings from Just Incredible. And apex jump from Laser Station, nailed it. Very cool. Four points apiece. We are currently looking at a score of 66 for their force and 90 for the Dishonor Rollers. And we're looking at a familiar face, Apocalypse, on the jam line for S2D2. And Cherry Bomb sneaks through the varsity wall before being knocked out by Underbelly Morelli, as she takes on that 2-wall, sneaking around the inside to claim lead jammer. And Apocalypse taking on the varsity blockers, but as her friends split them up, a hop, skip, and a jump, and she is out of the pack. Cherry Bomb around the inside, 4-point pass, calling it off. Very nicely done. And a familiar matchup from this game, we have Dom versus Laser Station. Laser Station taking the outside line to contact that S2D2 wall. But as the scramble happens, breaking the S2D2 wall, Laser Station is out for lead jammer, while Dom is taken aback before Terrasmactyl gets called for a counter-directional. And Laser Station getting stuck behind that 2-wall, and another blocker is called for a penalty. Calling it up quickly as Dom gets out of the pack. 2 points to varsity. We are now looking at 96 to 66. Okay, a 2-wall from varsity, the Cleaver, 3XL and Red Hot Chili Pepper. Coming against 2-3 Danny Hill. And she's helping out as a blocker before 005. Even though it was a low block, helping her body out. And Puss is out. But Danny is to the bin, making it another power jam. 1v1, steps around the inside to out-juke Fairy Bled. And cluster frack. Oh, an apex jump is tried and failed. Blocktopussy hits the ground hard, but she gets right back up to take on Fairy Bled and Clusterfrack, getting around the outside. 2 more blockers, couple more feet, and she's gone. 5-point pass. Calling it off just as Danny Hell stood up. She'll have 10 seconds left, and Varsity will start with a power jam. Cherry Bomb gonna be running this power jam while we have 4 blockers from S2D2, number 666, Mini, 8, Fairy Bled, 005, Bacardi Bruiser, and Cherry Bomb has made it. But at a cost, she has taken a cut track, and the power jam has changed. And just as Danny Hell thought her luck had changed, she has a blocking to the head called on her. Taking a seat, we'll do the old switcheroo, and Cherry Bomb will be released, taking on that 4 wall. Her Varsity swarm the wall, but she's still taking on that 2 wall as they bridge out. One more, and she is knocked out by Fairy Bled, taken all the way back. Round 2. As Danny Hell is released from the rock, she takes on that 3 wall of Varsity skaters. Cherry Bomb still stuck in the pack, and Danny Hell is out. This will be the full 2 minutes. A star pass to Ginger Ale as she runs as quick as she can to make some points. And almost out, but knocked by Bacardi Bruiser, but stopped from being recycled by Maleficent Mara. A high block to Bacardi Bruiser. It's pretty easy on someone Ginger's height. And Ginge will come back against Killer Bee and Fairy Bled. And a multiplayer block called, giving Ginge that little second to get through for 4 points. And Danny Hell hits the wall, but taking a solid hit and getting knocked down, but not for naught, for 1 point. And that is that rolling whistle for halftime. And the score leading into halftime is Southside 76 and Varsity Derby League 110. Looking pretty schmick considering it's been a hard game, and it's an excellently matched game for this tournament. We'll see you in about 15 minutes for the next half. I'm King Panther, and I'll see you soon. And with 1 minute, 1 minute exactly left to Derby, we are back to our Quad Save the Queen live stream. I am Kink Panther. And this is Southside Derby Dolls versus Varsity Derby League in their third game of the day. And as our teams scream, shout, and kick up a stink, the score is 76 to 110 Varsity's way. And as the final seconds count down, I'd like to send a shout out to Better Bearings. I've used Better Bearings and they are amazing. They're flash lightnings, lickety splits. Good quality better bearings for the best price. Australian owned and tested. And as 5 seconds is called, 4 blockers from VDL make their way to the track, 2 from S2D2. A matchup of Dom versus Blocktopussy. Dom hits the 4 wall, tries inside, outside, but Blocktopussy has made quick work of those 2 blockers, but not quick enough as Dom rounds the corner. And she tries again to come around the outside, but a cut track is issued and a power jam goes to S2D2. This is maybe the turnaround they need to take the game back. And Dom forwards round, passing all blockers for a 5-point pass, full house. And she comes round looking for another round of 5 as she comes up against a Varsity 3 wall, but gets knocked out the outside, taken all the way back by Main Event. She comes back in. Oh, all the way by. And a 4 wall she comes up against. Blocktopussy is back on the track, but is getting nowhere. She finally hits the S2D2 wall, but is called for another penalty. And is sent to the bin. Another 5 points to Dom. And Dom takes on 2 blockers, but is knocked out. Coming back in, her friends stopping them from going all the way back. And Bacardi Bruiser trying to give her a hand. She moves inside, pushes them all the way out. And she makes it. Another 5-point pass. Blocktopussy comes out. And 1 point to Varsity. The score now 91 to 116. As S2D2 screams forward, shrinking that gap. And our good friend Danny Hill, number 2-3, is back up against 1956 Cherry Bomb. Danny Hill moves around the outside, trying to get past her plays, but Cherry Bomb is playing jammer on jammer. Cherry Bomb getting inside, outside, trying to find a way. And as S2D2 moves to the front, Cherry Bomb is out for lead jammer. Danny Hill is taking on those last 2 Varsity blockers and makes it out by the skin of her teeth. And looking to grab a point, she gets through, calls it off for a full 4-point pass as 2 of the S2D2 blockers are in the bin. And next lineup we have 187 Dom versus number 0 Laser Station. that same 4 wall of the Varsity squashed to the inside line as Laser Station owns the outside, taking on those 2 S2D2 blockers at the front. They spin, they twist, they turn, but Laser Station with some quick footwork makes it out the front. But Freeway is quickly coming behind her as she runs around the outside, stalking her down, making the best of this, a bad situation. But Laser Station is through. 4 points to 0. This is why walls are ideal. Walls are a good idea, a lot of people would say. And a timeout to S2D2. Ooh, and the timeout is turned to an official review by S2D2. We'll see what they have to say. And during this official review, I'd like to take a moment to thank the Southern Cross Club again for having us here, for giving us the space to run 2 tracks for 3 days. It's always amazing when you can find that amount of space. Derby tracks are big, like, not lying, and to find that amount of space without anything in the middle is a bit tricky.
At turn 3, we have a hello. So something that teams use, which essentially is from this side of the track.
And while we're having a wait for this one, let's have a chat.
So you're doing this from Jeff, Q&A, trying to find out
About how great Spank Alley are. We are bringing you 3 days of coverage of 2 tracks, streamed live from the venue to your lounge room and archived for later footage. So you can watch it again and again and again and again. This is... And fun fact, some of these WFTA sanctioned games will be streaming on the very illustrious WFTA TV. And the referees have come back with their decision. We'll find out soon what happened.
I think we're about to give a decision shortly.
And while we have this... Okay, and with that whistle, the game is on again. Okay, the review was lost, and Laser Station remains out of the bin, but Blocktopusy is sent to the bin, making it a power jam anyway. So Danny Hell is back up, taking that 3 wall to the front. One last blocker, but she is through. Tara Smackdall looking for a cut, but full house, 5 points for Danny Hell. And another varsity blocker going to the bin, making Danny Hell's job just that little bit easier. And Pussy is back out on the track. And coming in with a force to that S2D2 wall. And she hits the deck. Danny Hill looking through, and a bit of a nudge from Terrace Macdill takes her out. And she continues on. A no pass, no penalty, but 5 points to Danny Hill. And the power jam continues as Block to Pussy returns to the bin. And Danny Hill struggling against that varsity wall as S2D2 buddies come in to make a mess. And a strong hit from Repercussions, but she still earns the 5 points. And as Block to Pussy stands in the bin, we will have a power jam start for S2D2 as Bacardi Bruiser sneakily sits in the back corner. Varsity change up their plan, setting up that Texas wall about 20 feet from the jam line, giving Apocalypse a bit of a run-up as she pushes and pushes, knocking her friends over. And Apocalypse is out, but Block to Pussy is hot on her heels for a bit of jammer on jammer action. A little knock, but she stays on track. And they are rounding the corner neck on neck. Will she call it? And a knock to the ground sends them both down. But they are still neck and neck, and Danny Hill doesn't risk the points, calling it off for a 0-all jam. 111 to 119. This gap is closing faster than Varsity can make it bigger. 3 on for Varsity and 3 on for S2D2. We have Dom up against Joe Dirt. And he's strong. And Joe Dirt is out the front to claim lead jammer as S2D2 swarm over that back wall, trying to give that Dom a hand as she skates back, looking a bit knocked. Joe Dirt speeding around the last corner, leading up to the pack, ready to take on that one blocker, and she makes it. 4 points. 5 points for passing one person. And 2 Varsity blockers coming to the bin. And 1 blocker for Varsity, now 2 for S2D2, as no plaque is called. And another one as Dom takes on Cleaver at the front. Joe Dirt comes round, but a hit from Underbelly Morelli knocks her down, but taking herself out so Joe Dirt can re-enter in front of her. Joe Dirt is calling it off. And we are left with 136 to 115 after that screamer of a jam from Joe Dirt, and a time OT is called. A lot of stuff happened in that jam. And 2 people are in the bin for Varsity and 1 for S2D2. And as the official timeout continues, S2D2 bring in their jammer to have a little bit of a chat. Plan some dastardly things, see what's going on, concoct some plans. here, we'll have a look at the penalty board. So we've got a lot of skaters on 4 and 5, and even a couple on 6. Purple 2-0 Underbelly Morelli is on 6. The only skater on 6, while there are a multitude of skaters on 4 and 5. Penalties for both teams. And for this jam, we are looking at a wall of 2 for varsity against a wall of 3 for S2D2. Cherry Bomb is taking on that 3 wall, while Apocalypse runs around the outside, and her friend Bacardi Bruiser gives her a hand, getting a lead jammer status. Cherry Bomb knocked out by Fairy Bled, and again by Minnie, and is taken all the way back by Bacardi. And she has to do it all again, but Diaza Slams is giving her a hand, and Maleficent Mara. And Cherry Bomb is coming out looking for points as Apocalypse goes down, calling it off for a 4-point pass. We are now looking at 120 to 136, 16-point difference. That can happen in one jam. Yeah. So we're looking at something different from varsity. We're looking at a three wall and a brace versus a Texas. We haven't seen much of this wall formation style, but next repercussion was used for an assist, opening up that inside line for Block the Pussy to head through straight away and get lead jammer. 1 foot freeway attempts to get through, but is knocked out and then fallen on her ankle. Taking a breather, she heads to the penalty box, holding her back. Block the Pussy is looking at a power jam, and she is coming around with a full house pass. Terrace Macdal running forward, and she's coming all the way. She's looking all the way in, and with a little bit of a spin, she gets round for another 5 points. And a timeout is called. We have an injury in the box, and the medics are coming over. This is the dangers of Derby, but thankfully we have St. John's Ambulance and our lovely medic volunteers who are coming to help out. We're also super lucky to have our sponsors such as the Sports Tech Clinic and Sports Medicine Australia to get out all those nicks and bruises and help us with physio when we're broken, although I think we'll be okay today. So we've got the official timeout, and Dom has been substituted for Danny Hell as she takes a seat. A power jam start for Joe Dirt. 3 blockers on the track for varsity and 4 for S2D2. Official timeout's continuing as in the middle the zebra herd discusses something very seriously, pointing before the rolling whistle is called, and game is on. 5 seconds. The whistle's in the mouth, and short sharp whistle starts the jam, and Joe Dirt almost making it through, but a little knockout sends her to the outside and making it through just with a little skip on the toe stops around the outside. She is lead jammer. Danny Hell is also out of the box, looking to get past those last two varsity blockers. But Jodo is around again for 5 points. Danny Hell has finally made it out and is chasing her down, forcing that call off so she can not get another point. But as she hits the S2D2 wall, it is a 0-all pass. And we are good. Next jam begins. The penalty box is cleared. We are looking at Laser Station versus number 8, Fairy Bled. 4-on-4 wall, 2 Texases with a little bit of space between them. We'll see what happens. Laser Station trying to take a jump around the outside, but knocked out by Fairy Bled. Fairy Bled pushing, and she bends the varsity wall, taking them out the front, but Laser Station has broken up the S2D2 wall and is now lead jammer. Fairy Bled fighting that wall is knocked out, taken back by Sylvia, Psychopath, and Laser Station jukes those 3 blockers, coming around for a full house 5 points. Fairy Bled still fighting, and going for that penny pass. But is knocked down by Terrace Macdal. She is given a counter-directional block. And our new jammer, 9-9, Apocalypse, takes a hit, but is now your jammer. And Laser Station has made it around again. And oh, sorry, it's not 9-9, it is 2-7, Killer B. The sparkly armbands are a bit hard to read, but they do look excellent. Speaking of which, want to get some awesome armbands? Contact Spank Alley. Laser Station calling it off. 3 points. And our scores now sit at 1-0 to 1-6-8. Varsity's way. And now we are looking at number 9-9 Apocalypse, standing up on that jammer line, up against Blocktopussy. S2D2 taking the back line. And as a quick scrum start, both jammers hit the wall with force, breaking up those walls, but Apocalypse is out first. Blocktopussy is still fighting against that 4 wall. With a little transition, she makes it round, and she's hustling round to see how many points she can score before Apocalypse calls it off. But Apocalypse is through for the full 4 points before quickly calling it off. And Varsity is sent to the bin for a back block on Blocktopussy. Our bin is almost full. 2 DHR blockers, 2 S2D2 blockers, and 1 VDL jammer Blocktopussy as Sheriff steps into the center. Is he calling an OR? Let's find out. We have turned this into an official review, and since this point we have a couple more skaters on 6 penalties, and 2-0 Underbelly Morelli is fouled out, and she is substituted in the penalty box by Tequila, as well as 666 Terrace Macdal for the Varsity Dishonor Rollers. They will de-gear and head home. And Dom is back up, going to be our jammer, taking on the 2 wall of Diaza Slams and Laser Station. And the while her friends Fairy Bled and Killer Bee help her out. An OR is called, and our captains and alternates go into the middle to have a quick word with the zebra huddle. So, fans of varsity, fans of S2D2, because we are lucky enough to have a tournament, this is not the only time you will be seeing these teams play today. You can go online and check out our schedule. I think varsity will be playing Perth next. And I'm not quite sure about S2D2. I'll have to find the schedule. If only we had smartphones. And as Sheriff gesticulates about the instance of what happened, I can see over, under, hitting backwards. The refs have a little acknowledgement and they will go away and be a huddle of stripes and justice. Let's see what happened. And varsity have lost their first official review of the game. A challenge on the back block, calling it as a low block on our jammer rather than a back block by the jammer. The official review was lost because the skater was upright and skating. Do you know where you can review that? On this live stream. And Dom is through for that power jam start, using it to her advantage, wasting no time as the S2D2 blockers take Diaza slam all the way back, and Dom is through for her first 5-point pass. As one skater goes to the bin for varsity, another comes out, and Dom trying to take the outside but is knocked out. Has to go for a little jog back. And getting taken all the way back. Pussy is now on the track and fighting, knocking down 2-7 Killer Bee to get through. And Dom is hit and sent airborne onto her face for a bit of a belly flop. 2 5-point passes for each team, bringing the score to 1-7-3, plays 1-3-4. 13 minutes left. This is definitely still an achievable gap. Let's see if Joe Dirt can widen it. Or 2-3, Danny Hell can stop it. Taking on a 2-wall, Danny Hell makes quick work of it, getting only stopped by her blockers before outrunning Maleficent Mara. Joe Dirt is still stuck at the back of the pack, dealing with 2 S2D2 blockers, but with a little runner on the outside, she makes it. Danny Hell coming through looking for points, and she has scored them, calling it off for the full 3 points as one skater was returning to track. And with one blocker standing in the bin for varsity, we have a 3-wall 2-in-a brace with varsity, and a Texas from S2D2. Laser Station comes in looking for that inside line, looking for, and as 2 S2D2 blockers go down. She comes out the other side, but Dom is already out the front looking for points, and she rounds the corner, coming on the inside. Outside, takes Chili Pepper for the full 5-point pass. And Laser Station knocked to the outside by S2D2. She is going all the way back as Dom makes another run for 5 points, but is knocked down by repercussion. Her skates coming out from under her. Was it a high block? I don't know. You can review it on this live stream. 2 points to Varsity. And we are looking at 146 to 175, still Varsity's way. Cherry Bomb pointing to the outside, but she goes inside, a bit distracting. And Danny Hell making it out, taking a hop, skip, and a jump on the inside line to make quick work and gain league Germa status. Taking on the 2 wall again. She is round, a little bit of a transition. By 4 points, Cherry Bomb is running, looking to even that out, but is knocked out and taken aback. She is called for a cut, and it is a power jam to Danny Hell. Another 4 points. As S2D2 hold up those spare Varsity blockers, Danny Hell is challenging that wall. And she is coming on the outside, a little bit of a mohawk to get around Melissa Mara, and she is coming around for another 5-point pass as those 3 S2D2 blockers hold Ginger ALE. And Melissa Mara takes back Danny Hell. And we are now looking 160, plays 175 as Cherry Bomb re-enters the fight up against Fairy Bled. But as the S2D2 blockers scatter, she is trying, and she is through following Danny Hell after that 5-point pass. Looking for a bit of help from her friends, she makes it through quickly on the outside line for a 4-point pass, none to Cherry Bomb. And that is 169 to 179. 10 points in it, 2 scoring passes difference. Can they do it? I think they can. And as a screaming, cheering lump of purple sitting on the sideline scream for Dom, we see some hugs from the S2D2 skaters as Varsity have a timeout. This is a thing I love about Derby. The love, the team love, even the love between leagues. So much friendship, much wow. And KP running out into the middle to have a chat to his skaters. And the refs having a laugh in the middle. 9 minutes left, 10 points in it. This is proving to be one exciting game. The whistle is blown. And with a quick cheer from VDL, we throw out Joe Dirt and a strong 3-wall. And as Dom moves to the inside, skates to the outside, the wall watches her. And Joe Dirt runs up the outside line. Dom tries to follow her, but is blocked. And in the skirmish, she makes it out. An attempted block from Jilly Pepper, but she goes down, hustling. She She's racing around to look for those points as Joe Dirt is still on her initial pass. 2 players, and with a little bit of a transition, she comes around 5 points. Joe Dirt has made it out, chased down by a tequila shot. She is looking to stop Dom, but I'm not sure what can. Coming around the inside, knocked out a little by Jay Peps, but she is prevented from going all the way back, and now she's back in the fray. Running out the front, another 4 points for Dom. And there is an almost lead change, 178 to 179. This game is close, guys. And as the walls slow down, we are looking as Dom takes a quick look, sizes up the varsity wall, takes a couple of steps left, couple steps right, and she gets knocked out, calls it off as Joe Dirt takes the seat. S2D2 will have a power jam start and a full 30 seconds. 182 to 182. We have an even score. We have another foul out from S2D2, 005. That makes it 2 apiece for foul outs. Oh, actually 3 for S2D2, 005, Bacardi Bruiser 666 Mini, and 20, and 007, 20 Underbelly Morelli, and 007 and 666 for Varsity. And there goes our jammer, 2-3, Danny Hell coming around for her initial pass, lead jammer. She's going to take on that 4-wall of Varsity, score as many points as she can. Less than 10 seconds as Joe Dirt stands up. She's got to make it work. And Joe Dirt heads onto the track. Danny Hell's looking for an out. Her friends help her. But on one skate, she comes around the pack to claim her 5 points. Joe Dirt hits the pack, makes quick work of that 4-wall at the back to come round for initial pass. She is now looking for points. Danny Hell is trying to claim as many points before Joe Dirt will hit the back. And she's calling it off. 0 to Varsity, 3 to S2D2. We are looking at 189 to 182. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Team time out to S2D2 with 5 minutes and 58 seconds left in the game. Anything could happen. As 7 penalties separate the two teams. I'm not quite sure what's happening up next on this track, but I'm sure it's very worthwhile, and you should stay on this stream. Keep watching for more awesome. And our expert NSO Bruzhnikov calls her out 30 seconds left. A rush of activity to the track as 4 and 4 skaters set up to Texas walls. Varsity taking the back line, leaving that outside for Laser Station as they have been doing. Fairy Bled looking ready to take her on. Let's see what she does. Running around that outside. And 3XL, the cleaver, looking for a blocking to the head as Danny Hell takes a run at her. But as the ball breaks up, she is following through. And Laser Station, too quick, coming, looking for points, and she's going to call it off. After a clean 4 points, Danny Hell wiping her face, a possible blocking to the head. As 3XL, the cleaver, gives her head a bit of a rub. Zero has also fouled out main event, making it 3 apiece for foul outs. Now, Varsity Derby League skating with, I'd say, 11. And Dom starting up and coming round and she makes it out of the pack after a messy wall as Cherry Bum looks for that little run on the inside line. Dom is coming back round for her scoring pass. And she's pushing them out. And she makes it all the way for 5 points. Another S2D2 blocker to the bin. But that doesn't stop Tequila Shot, knocking her all the way out. Tequila Shot and Fairy Blood taking on Cherry Bomb, holding her back as Ginger Ale takes a star pass, but is knocked out and gets back up. Taken down again by Tequila Shot. She is free to go through, and it is. And it is a power jam start to Varsity as Ginger Ale takes a seat in the box. It is a power jam against Varsity. We are looking at the score of 198 to 186. We have an official review, an official timeout. We have a star pass violation and a cut track on Ginger Ale. She is sitting as the pivot, so it will not be a jammer penalty and not a power jam, as she has also fouled out. And the 4th penalty comes on Varsity. That is a total of 7 times 4, with which, if my maths is correct, is 28. Yes, that would be 28. It's been a while since I've done maths. And we are looking at Lass taking on that 2-wall of Tequila Shot and 99 Apocalypse, and she is coming around looking for points. But 2-3, Danny Hell is quick on her heels as the other 2-3, Jilly Pepper, is sent to the box. Laser Station calls it off, a 4-point pass for Varsity. 190 plays 198, 3 minutes left. Jam and a half. Laceration ready to jam again. Going up against 187 Dom. These guys are really strong jammers, being played in a lot of this game, scoring a lot of points. While we've got the last couple of minutes of this game, I'd like to send a quick shout out to Sylvia Psychopath, blocker 393, and Belle the Beast, blocker number 7, who also happens to have 0 penalties for their first game as Dishonor Rollers, and a quick spin puts Laser Station out front as lead jammer, but Dom is hot on her heels. Coming, they're both looking for points, as many as they can get, passing Tequila Shot and a couple of other blockers. Lass will call it off. I don't have a good enough view, and a bit of a shanking. We have 4 points to 4 points to S2D2 and 1 to Varsity, as 3 blockers for Varsity are sitting in the bin. But yes, as I was saying, Sylvia Psychopath and Belle the Beast, first game as Dishonor Rollers. And Danny Hell running out the front to take lead jammer against the 1 blocker. And Joe Dirt knocked out, but the blocker who took her out. And a cut track as a sneaky blocker runs back before Joe could notice. And a power jam to S2D2 and Danny Hell fighting through that pack as the crowd screams. A quick transition around repercussions. She makes it for 4 points. Sylvia Psychopath out of the box, joining Maleficent Mara and Jilly Pepper at the front, as well as repercussions. The S2D2 blockers trying to give as much assistance as possible, trying to get those points and get them quickly. We have 8 seconds left on the clock, and Danny Hell through for another full house. Joda is out of the box, ready to fight through that S2D2 ball, and she is out of the pack. And Danny Hell takes on those 2 varsity blockers but gets knocked down. And Joda is coming up against that S2D2 wall, knocking the first couple, and she is through. But a cut track is called. Danny Hell is being recycled, but she is looking for a star pass as she does a quick tap on her helmet. But I don't think the star pass is going to happen. 3, 2, 1. There will be no extra jam. 2-1-2 to 1-9-1 as S2D2. 12 seconds. 10 seconds left on the game clock. And Danny Hell calls it off. 10 seconds left on the game clock. And a 5-point pass to Danny Hell for that excellent display at the end. That was tough. What an exciting game. I'm so glad I got the opportunity to be here and see that. But thank you to Spank Alley, you guys who haven't been here. Those of you who don't have the opportunity to be here, thanks Spank Alley and Better Bearings for making this live stream possible. That is it. That is all. The final whistle is blown. Our official final score, 217 to 191. And a quick call out to all the skaters who skated today. Southside, Strongside, Bacardi, Bruiser, Dom, Underbelly, Morelli, Danny Hell, Killer B, Lethal, Sparky, Mini, Clusterfrack, Fairy Bled, Apocalypse, Whacker Russell Terrier, and Tequila Shot. And for the Dishonor Rollers, Laser Station, Blocktopussy, Joe Dirt, Diaza Slams, Mame Event, Cherry Bomb, Red Hot Chili Pepper, Ginger Ale, Sylvia Psychoplack, The Cleaver, Terra Smackdle, Bell the Beast, Repercussions, and Maleficent Mara. And everyone lines up on the track to give a chance to smack their favorite skater's hand. And in the end, we sat on 3 foul outs for both teams. Actually, 3 foul outs for purple and 4 foul outs for grey. It was quite a... But I'd like to give a shout out to number 8, Fairy Bled, and number 7, Bell the Beast, who got 0 penalties. And I'd like to give my final thank you amidst the screaming fans to all the people who have made this possible. The Southern Cross Club, St John's Ambulance, Sports Medicine Australia, Sports Tech Clinic, Canberra Spit and Party Hire, Sweet to the Bone, Eclipse, Downunder Derby TV, our on and off skates officials, all our volunteers and all the skaters who travelled interstate and from overseas and even from Canberra to make this weekend happen. I have been Kink Panther. This has been Quad Save the Queen. I am thankful to have been here. Peace out, guys. The next game will be starting in around 15 minutes. We'll see you then.
for each of the 3 pool games. Carnage getting out for Sydney Snipers just in time for Slamtail to get her points and call off a jam. 2 jams in. We've got the Convict Rollers on 8 points. No points to the Snipers in the second jam. Official timeout being called just for checking some of the points. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors. We've got Better Bearings, Tavish Designs, and a big spankalicious thank you to Spank Alley for making the live coverage possible. So being that you're part of the Vice City Betamax team in Pool 2, who else are you playing during this tournament?
Our next game is against Southside Derby Dolls, I think. No, South Sea Derby Dolls. And then tomorrow we have to play WA Roller Derby.
Oh, yes, I made a mistake. You're in Pool 3, not Pool 2. So you'll be playing South Sea Sirens and Lords of the Skate. Cool.
And don't ask me what Betamax means because I have no idea.
It's so Vice City Rollers, VCRs. So Betamax is like a beta. Yeah. It's just a little bit too clever for our own good here.
I've been away all week and I just didn't get the chance to ask, what is that name mean?
Oh, now you know.
I'm here to play.
Yes, that's right. Keeping it old school. Not quite sure what that official timeout was, but we have bench manager for the Snipers, Mr. Spew, just check in with the referees that everything is up to code. A multiplayer block on made by the Convict City Rollers. Wish I had some eyes on the ground and tell me what's going on. Vanessa Shredgrave jamming for Convict City. Being held up there by Chakram and Icy Red. Ooh, nice little spin around there from Feisty Cuffs, captain of the Snipers there. Making her way through the pack. She is not lead jammer. That goes to Vanessa Shredgrave for Convict City. Another 4-point pass there for the Convict City. Brings their score up to 12 to Snipers 0.
Next up we have Crack for Convict City jamming and Brad Pitt.
Crack is, so I've heard, I may be corrected, the coach for the men's Team Australia team. And she had a phenomenal blocking and jamming game last game. So we'll see how she fares with this game. Meanwhile, Brad Pitt, lead jammer for Sydney Snipers, looking for an opportunity to get some points on the board for Sydney.
And Sydney is on the board. They've just scored 3 points.
That's right. So Sydney on 3 points, Convict City on 12.
Now we have Micro Machine up to jam.
And Vanessa Shredgrave for Convict City. Looks like a full complement of blockers from both teams. Some great blocking happening from both teams, and Vanessa Shredgrave, the first blocker to get off the track.
And Micro Machines just got a cut.
Track cut, yes. I saw that little slip on the inside, and she's not engaged legally. So she'll be spending some time in the penalty box. Meanwhile, Vanessa Shredgrave on a power jam.
Convict doing really well at holding one of the Sydney blockers behind the pack.
Yep, that looks like Chakran being held up there, and a 5-point pass to Convict City. And number 8 for Convict City, Ella Squeeze, going to the bin. I think Vanessa Shredgrave wanted to go a little bit longer to get her out of the bin, not having the luxury of time. Mind you, still have Micro Machine and one of the Sydney blockers, 131, that is Stocks, in the penalty box for another power jam start.
So we have Slamtel with a power jam, but Micro Machines out of the box.
So Sydney really wanting to hold as tight as I can. Micro Machine just slipping on the inside. Great work there. Screaming out of the box and into play. Great defense there. No points for either team, but forcing the call on Slamtel, forcing it to the outside, sorry. So score update, Sydney still on 3 points, Convicts on 22.
So we have number 72, Carnage, up for Sydney, jamming, being held back quite well by Convict. She's getting recycled in that pack.
Lead jammer, of course, going to Vanessa Shredgrave for Convict City, getting some points there. Great footwork on the outside, getting around all those blockers, and she is through a 5-point pass there as Carnage is still in the pack. Has just broken out on her initial pass. And some great defense there from Sydney, forcing the call on Vanessa Shredgrave.
And we have 2 points for Convict City Rollers on 29 to the Snipers 3 points. We have Feisty Cuffs back on the line, and she's up against Slamtel.
Pack advantage going to Sydney Snipers, 4 blockers on the track, 3 on the track for Convict City. Mind you, those 3 are being steered by Captain Crack, who is just a force to be reckoned with. I really enjoy watching her defense for Convict City. Let's see if that's enough to kind of keep Feisty at bay.
And Slamtel's made it out of the pack, but Feisty Cuffs is hot on her heels.
That's right, Slamtel being the first one to break through, lead pack advantage, calls off the jam. Just wanting to keep that lead, not wanting to give anything away. So just under 10 minutes into this game, Convict City is leading 29 points to the Snipers 3 points. We have
Brat Pitt up to jam, and she's up against Vanessa Shredgrave.
Big hit there from Toaster, taking out Brad Pitt on the outside. Conversely, Stockard Slamming taking out Vanessa Shredgrave there, letting Brad Pitt take that lead jammer advantage. Got some Sydney Assassins on the sidelines, giving them a bit of a cheer. One point to the Sydney Snipers. So they're on 4 points to the Convicts 29. Shout out to any of the Sydney Roller Derby League watching at home. I do know that Rex is a bit of a fan of mine, so sending a bit of love to you, Lee Rex.
And an ex-teammate.
Belters Unite, yo. We played a great game against Team Lumberjack last week. That was so much fun. I want to do it again. Okay, back to it. We've got Lowdown Hoedown jamming for Sydney Snipers and Slam Tell for Convict City.
And Slam Tell got lead jammer.
So 1 point there to Convict City, bring their score up to 30, to Snipers 4. And Convict City are already looking a little bit tired. So I'm hoping that they eat some bananas at halftime. They've played a game already, so you know it's been a tough day already. I commend any team that travel as far as they did with so few players and still do a phenomenal job. So I'm really excited to see what they come up with. Oh my goodness, what a great hit out there. Micro Machine getting a little bump there from Brannicky. Still made it on the outside to get through his lead jammer. Here's a great opportunity to put some points on the board for Sydney. And that's a 5-point pass for Sydney, getting through, calling it off. A great jam there from Micro Machine. And the Assassins are loving it.
Micro Machine calling that off to give her team a pack advantage at the start of this next jam.
That's right, 2 blockers in the bin for Convict City. So hoping that Feisty Cuffs can get some lead jammer advantage here in this next jam against Toaster, number 6 for Convict City.
And Feisty Cuffs is through.
Toaster getting a great assist from the outside line. She is through, about half a track away from Feisty Cuffs. Feisty Cuffs getting hit to the ground on the old behind, calling off the jam. 2 points in that for Sydney. So between her and that last jam from Micro Machine, their score is brought up to 11 for Convict City, still in the lead on 30. Vanessa Shredgrave for Convict City through. Quick hop on the outside and lead jammer for Convict City. Brad Pitt breaking out of the pack now.
And that's 3 points to the Convict City Rollers. I just call them the Convict City Rollers. They're the convicts.
Yes, it's
I've got rollers on the brain.
well, there's like Convict City Rollers.
Well, they are, aren't they? Convict City Rollers. The convicts. That's like a tongue twister. So next up we have Slam Tell for the Convicts, and she's up against Micro Machine.
Micro having a great jamming game so far, getting through lead jammer. I think those first couple of jams really rattled them, and now the snipers are really wanting to kind of hold their own here. Oh, too easy on the inside line. Getting through, calling it 1 point, but still that's no points for Convict City in that jam. I think snipers are really wanting to close this gap at this stage in the game. 5 minutes in to the, well, halfway through the
First
I
half.
have no concept of time. I think this morning it was like, is it half an hour or 20 minutes? I think it's half an hour.
Half an hour.
Okay. Lightning round are full-length games. I think the playoffs will be 20 minutes, 20-minute halves.
So we got Carnage for Sydney, and she's up against Vanessa Shredgrave, and Carnage has got lead jammer status.
Great work for the Sydney defensive blocking there, getting Carnage through.
They're trying to hold some of those Convicts back for their jammer to score some easy points.
Great jam there. The full 4 points there for Sydney Snipers.
And I feel like Sydney's just starting to bed down, whereas the Convicts are starting to tire a little bit.
Possibly. No one has called a timeout halfway through this first half, so we'll see if anyone capitalises on that or if they want to save that until this second half. Feisty Cuffs on the line, trying to steer her into some of her own players so that she can run on ahead.
We've got Ella Squeeze going to the bin for a multiplayer. Slamtel's having a bit of a hard time getting out of that pack.
And she's through. Convict City having to really quickly regroup here to stop the points, but Feisty Cuffs through, calling off the jam. No points in that. So the
I
first,
think there was something
first
wrong
pass
there.
was 5 and then none? Or
No, both passes should have been 5.
It was very
Well, the
odd.
second pass should have been 5, not none. She passed all of them.
Oh.
So we'll
I
see
thought
what they
I was
come
really
up with
good at
then.
maths. Now I'm not so sure.
Well, the first pass, there was no Convict City roller in the bin. And then the second pass, before she called it, there was one in the bin. So that would be 5, would it not?
Did she lap Slamtel in the pack? Okay. Well, we'll update you on how that develops. Meanwhile, Snipers really closing that gap there. 20 points for Snipers against the Convicts 33. So we are halfway through the first half, and Sydney are really wanting to show that they can still get this in this first half of this game.
Next up for Sydney on the jam alone, we have Lowdown Hoedown. And she's up against Vanessa Shredgrave.
Bit of argy-bargy on the line there. I do like when the opposition jammer will try and steer the other jammer into their blockers. I call it a corral.
Yeah, I think it just gives the blockers a little bit of time to set and calm down.
That's good. To really establish that position, and it worked. It worked beautifully for Lowdown Hoedown. She is out lead jammer for Sydney. Sydney trying to split up the Convicts blockers to try and get some points. Lowdown Hoedown taking a bit of a smack to the face and calling it 2 points. Just seeing if she's okay. I think she just got a bit of a shock there. Well, she's wearing one of those Bauer helmets, but I don't know if she has the visor on.
No, I don't think she does.
You wear one without the visor.
I do wear
How
one
do you
without
find
the
those
without the
helmets?
visor. I like them. They're very snug on your head. I've had a few hits in them, and you know you don't feel like you're being knocked around.
It should be known that we're not being paid by Bauer, but hey, if you're listening, and you want a shout out, you can tweet me at any time and I'll deliver. Just saying. Meanwhile, back in this jam, Slam Tail through for Convict City, lead jammer. And we've got Brad Pitt still stuck in the pack. Some great blocking there from the Convict City skaters. I've noticed there's a certain kind of style or build, as it were, for Convict City. They're all like very strong women, and you know, when the chips are down, they get the job done. 5 points there for Convict City, which is great. I think they have spent the last few jams not scoring any points, so wanting to put a few more points on the board and extend their lead a little bit more.
And we got one for Convict in the bin, which is Brannicky. I got it right that time,
Yes,
didn't
you
I?
did very well.
There's nothing worse than getting a derby name wrong. I feel really horrible.
I feel like you, of all people, Mushi, would would understand. Mushi spelt with a U, to some can sometimes read like Mushi, and that's fine.
When I shortened it from
But it's
Machete Bell to Mushy, I think I confused
Mushety.
everybody.
Yeah. Well, fool me once. Either way,
That was
Vanessa
some-
Shredgrave,
Had some nice fancy footwork off the line there.
beautiful. Beautiful work. Through for lead jammer. And Carnage still to make her initial pass. So I think yes, Vanessa Shredgrave did get the 5-point pass, getting that lap point for lapping Carnage in the pack. Another 4 points there for Convict City.
Brings up their score to 50 points to the Sydney Snipers 24.
And we've got Captain v Captain here for this next jam. Crack for Convict City, jamming against Feisty Cuffs for the Sydney Snipers. Looks like pack advantage going to Sydney here. 4 blockers on the track against Convict City's 3. Feisty Cuffs through for lead jammer. Crack still to make her initial pass here. Great assist there from her blockers. Levi Strides trying to come through to assist. Sorry, to block. What's the opposite of assist? Get in their way.
Defend.
Defend, that's right. It's almost like I forgot how to play.
Offense, defense.
There's only 2 of them.
Sometimes I don't know which one's which. So, you know, you just do what you can on the track.
Offense sounds like it's a bad thing. Like, stop helping me. It's very offensive.
Oh, and we've got an official review from the Convict City Rollers. We have 9 minutes left on the first half, and the score is 28 to the Snipers and the 50 points to the Convict City Rollers.
Because I want to be able to tell people what it's for. Did you take it off? Okay, so interesting development. I wish we had an instant replay. That'd be very handy. To say that during that last jam, Feisty Cuffs was jamming without a star panty on her head.
Well, maybe somebody who's watching the live stream can rewind
I know.
and tell us.
That would
They
be
can
great.
tweet you, Peachy.
Yeah, they can tweet me with my phone that I don't have on me. I have to get that. I was like dropping sick beats over in track 2, and I left my phone there. Dang it. So yeah, you can tweet me, and I'll talk about it later. So at Lee Mackay, LIMA_KAI, you can tweet to me, or you alternatively, or you can use the hashtag QSTQ, Quad Save the Queen. So if you've got anything to say about the feed, you can use that hashtag, and we'll do a shout out, or we'll stop being terrible, or bask in the glow of the awesomeness that is the stream. We are brought to you today by Downunder Derby TV, and also being streamed on WFTDA TV, which is an incredible honour to be able to be linked to WFTDA TV in that way. I feel like all of my Christmases have come at once.
And because we love giving a shout out to our sponsors, don't forget about them, Peachy.
Oh, well, Better Bearings. I think they're a Brisbane-based company that do great bearings. I know that one of the skaters who recently transferred to Canberra to Varsity Derby League from BCR, he's a die-hard fan of Better Bearings. I should talk to him about what he can recommend. Tavish Designs, wanting to do a shout-out to them, and also a big thank you to Spank Alley for making the live coverage possible. It's not free. We don't run on wishes and candy, although I wish we did. So, you know, everyone who pitches in to make the streaming possible, just it makes it so much better for everyone watching at home and just everyone to feel like they're a part of it, even if they couldn't be here. If I could transmit some of the lovely weather we've been having through the airwaves.
And if you look through the live stream, you can see how rugged up some of our spectators are. That will tell
They're all
you
huddled very closely.
how cold it is in Canberra.
Wow, I am layered the eyeballs, so I'm actually wearing like a jumpsuit underneath my clothes. So and my mum gave me this great snow jacket, so I'm feeling pretty toasty. I actually took off my jacket because I was too warm. So if anyone wants a snow jacket, I've got one to spare. This is a nice little vacay. I'm sure the both teams are relishing in having a little bit of a break here.
So if you were sitting at home right now, you could have grabbed a cup of coffee or a toilet break.
Or you could have Googled any of our great sponsors, which would have been great. We've also got some vendors here at the tournament. We've got Bob and Weaver, Derby Apparel. We've got 8-Track Skate Company. We've got Derby Obsessed. We've got all of the great merch from all of the different leagues, which is pretty great.
Have you seen the one over there that has milkshakes? They are glass-cupped milkshakes, but they're candles.
Candles.
I thought they were a milkshake, and I was thinking after my game I could go and drink one.
That must be Wix and Wax. They're doing some great stuff.
They're phenomenal.
Wow, I need to go. Well, it might make me a bit hungry, but I'll go.
They
and check
smell like milkshakes too.
I'll go over and check them out. Also, Rad Knickknacks, Resin Doll, Aloha 39 Pinup Paradise,
and we're back on
Dirty Hippie Cosmetics. So back into it. Who's jamming?
Vanessa Shredgrave is up for Convicts City Rollers, and she has a power jam.
Oh, and the result of that official review is that Feisty Cuss is in the penalty box as jammer.
And she also lost the 4 points from that last jam.
That is a shame. Oh, cut track penalty just as Feisty Cuff was standing and has now gone back onto the track. Vanessa Shrek. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I thought that was a jammer penalty. That was a blocker penalty. Stockard slamming from the Sydney Snipers got a track cut penalty. I thought that was on the jammer. Now we've got both jammers on the track. So another 5-point pass there for Vanessa Shredgrave. Really streaming ahead for this lead for Convict City. Feisty Cuff's getting through on her initial pass, and Vanessa Shredgrave calling off the jam. So now that we've had some points put on the board and some taken off, what are the scores?
We have 24 for the Sydney Snipers and 64 for the Convict City Rollers.
Wow, so both teams are really kind of coming into their own and just seeing what they can get out of this first half. There's less than 10 minutes to go in this first half. We've got
Brannicky, and she's got lead jam.
And Micro Machine. Her team was steering Micro Machine into the inside line, and Brannicky was like, no, that's where I want to go, and just kind of had to hop over them a little bit. Great blocking there from Tonya Harder and Shakram. Stockard slamming, doing some great blocking on the inside, forcing Brannicky to the inside line and calling it off. 1 point to Convict City, none for Snipers.
We have Vanessa Shredgrave up to jam again, and she's up against Lowdown Hoedown from Sydney. We've got tight Texas walls from both teams. And nice
outside
from
line there.
Slamtel.
Yeah. Really easy outside line pass there. Lowdown Hoedown taking the outside line but being drawn back there by number 13. That's Bama. Sydney really wanting to give an assist here to let Lowdown Hoedown out of the pack. And a forced, that was 1-3-1 stocks from the Snipers, forcing the cut onto Vanessa Shredgrave. So we've got a power jam for Sydney Snipers, Sydney supporters. I would encourage you to scooch to the end of your seats. Oh, and it's been a panty pass to Icy Red, number 23 for the Snipers. Drawn back there by 5:05.
And poor Levi Strides. She overshot the sin bin and has to do a full lap before she can serve her penalty time.
One of the refs from the inside just reprimanded Icy Red for not sitting in the correct seat.
So they must have had a star pass, and I can see the star panties on the floor, on the track.
Oh,
Just on
okay.
the
Icy
apex.
Red did not pick it up, possibly, or it was not handed to her in the correct manner. It's one of the more risky things about star passes is unless the jammer specifically hands it to the pivot can't pick it up. Which I'm sure by the tone of the Convict City captain's voice, that will be contested right about now. I think if the jammer drops it or it's not successful, the jammer has to pick it up. You have to go and do another lap. This is why I never pivot, and when I do, I look at the jammer dead in the eyes and I was like, don't you even think about it, because I would not know what to do. I do it purely for the cases of like maintaining the pack. That's it.
So right now we have 4 minutes left in the first half, and Sydney City Snipers are on 24 and the Convict City Rollers are on 74.
So the Convicts got a little bit rattled there and, lost their confidence a little bit when Sydney came back from behind, and now Convict City are, they didn't lose their lead. They've just extended it a little bit, which I think is really good. I think the next half will be telling in their energy levels. I know against Northside they started to drop that a little bit as they were getting tired. So they just have to play smart in this game. So captains of both teams, Crack, captain for Convict City, and Micro Machine for Sydney with their respective benchies, and Crack was the one who asked for the official review. Okay. So it looks like Axiom Addict head ref for this game is going to award a illegal procedure. We will see how that transpires. No, I think that has been overturned. So no penalty, no additional penalty there for the Snipers. Meanwhile, that's given Feisty Cuffs an opportunity to regroup. Lead jammer for the Snipers.
And Brannick's being sent to the bin for what looked like a blocking with the head.
Blocking with the head.
I'm
I
not
might.
sure.
Hmm.
Refachu seemed to touch his helmet. Just didn't make it very clear what it was.
Oh, maybe he was like, I like your helmet. Where did you get it?
And she looked at him like saying, what?
What? We talk about this later.
And Slamtail is drawing Feisty to the back.
Oh, great blocking there from Slamtail, but getting caught up in a bit of a sandwich between Tonya Harder and Chakram. Feisty Cuffs wanting to hand the panty to Pivot. It is trying to find the Pivot. Who is that? Number 33, Low Blow Oreo, taking that panty so Feisty can block. And Brownie Key back on the track, getting hit to the outside, then the inside. But she did this really great spin, and it looked like she was going to make it, but didn't eventuate there.
Yeah, she got a bit of caught up in Crack's wheels there, so...
And Low Blow Oreo getting 4 points as the new pivot there. So scores going up on both sides. Snipers are now on 36 points to the Convict City 78 points.
Next up we have Micro Machine jamming for Sydney and Vanessa Shredgrave for the Convicts.
Vanessa Shredgrave is one of those really great patient jammers. She'll just, she doesn't dance around like a lot of jammers, but, well, maybe not patient enough. She did get a cut track on the outside line there. But then so did Micro Machine. I think they're taking a couple more risks now as jammers, and unfortunately for both of them, it didn't work out. Vanessa Shredgrave now back on the track, but so is Micro Machine. Left the inside open.
Nice.
Both jammers are now out. Initial passes, so no points on either, but this jam will go for the full 2 minutes.
Oh, nice big hit from, who was that?
131,
I think
it was
it was
probably
Stocks.
Stocks, yeah. Yeah, between Stocks and, the really hard, strong steering from Levi Strides and Icy Red, it's a pretty formidable blocking team there. 5 point pass there for
Micro Machine.
Oh, and Vanessa Shredgrave getting another penalty. Is that another track cut?
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Oh, too many things happening.
And up the inside line.
Yep, Micro Machine really pushing Levi Strides out to, well.
I feel like Sydney has found their groove.
Absolutely.
They've definitely brought that score closer.
Absolutely. So in that last jam, Snipers coming up 56 points to the Convicts 78.
But we have another official review to Sydney this time.
So I think more than a few times so far today, I've notified the captain of the Snipers to be Feisty Cuffs, and it isn't. So I apologise for that. Maybe she was in the first game.
Micro Machine.
Yes, it may have for the first game, but not for this game. Micro Machine is captain for this game, and she is going to be contesting something. I've got my ears on the ground. Our in-house commentators, I'll see if they know anything.
going to play. That's what I was thinking to say online when you said we were talking about the captain. I'm like, well, they're not going to get rid of you commentating because you're so fucking awesome, Peachy. It's all right.
That's so sweet. So, because there's no one going to the bin, I'm going to assume that whatever that call was stands, and no one's going to the bin. And everyone's happy, and everyone's going to have a great time. Because it's halftime.
It is
Hey.
halftime. So it's time for you lovely people at home to go and get your refreshments stocked and come back and see us in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to go and have a look at the score for the Vice City Rollers, Northside Rollers, the Death Stars, who previously played Convict City. They played a great game, so I'm going to see how they're doing for the score, try and get a score, and I'll come back in about 8 minutes. It's very precise. All right, we'll be back soon.
So right now, we're coming back for the second half of the game, and the Convicts have come onto the track singing.
I know, they started doing this like squawky thing, and it's very distracting. Like,
It's some sort of communication they've got going on.
Oh, it's very entertaining. Well, they should feel good because they came out of that first half in the lead. 82 points to the Convict City to the Snipers on 56. This next half of this game will be very telling to see who comes out on top. We are at track 1 of day 1 at Quad Save the Queen tournament here in Canberra, hosted by Canberra Roller Derby League.
And our Downunder Derby TV is what is allowing you to watch us on the live stream.
That's right.
And not only do we have one track of roller derby live streaming today, we have 2.
That's right. They will be screened through WFTDA TV, which is pretty exciting. So shout out to all of our international apprentice and full member leagues of the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. Into this first jam we have Micro Machine, lead jammer for the Snipers. Slamtail coming through as the Convict jammer. Jam was called, and the Convict City jam referee just kind of like slid to a knee, rockstar style. Composing himself right now.
But unfortunately, the live stream was on the game and missed it all.
Well, hopefully. I think it was on the inside, so maybe in the middle of the track, so he might have picked that up.
So we have Vanessa Shredgrave on the line again, and she's jamming against Feisty Cuffs from Sydney. It's a nice, tight starting pack.
Oh, Convict City doing a great job of holding back Feisty Cuffs. Meanwhile, Vanessa Shredgrave getting through, lead jammer for Convict City. And Brannicky drawing back Feisty Cuffs all the way. Vanessa Shredgrave takes a hit and calls the jam. 2 points for Convict City. Bringing their score up to 84 points to the Snipers 59. That was obviously more than a 2-point jam, so my maths is not doing so well today.
We have Convict City using a pivot line start now.
Carnage jamming for Sydney Snipers, and Slamtail for Convict City through the inside line for lead jammer.
And just scooting by on the outside.
5-point pass there for Slamtail, lapping Carnage in the pack. Snipers really wanting to have a strong wall here, not letting through Slamtail. She's managed to bust her way past Chakram, calling the jam. 4 more points there for Convict City.
And that brings their score to 93, while the Sydney Snipers are on 59. Next up, we have Brad Pitt on the line, and she's up against Brannicky from the Convict City Rollers.
Hang on, is one of the sexiest men of all time jamming for Sydney?
Well,
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt.
My mistake. Got a little bit excited there.
When I say brat, it sort of sounds like Brad.
I think that's that Aussie twang. That's Brad Pitt.
But she's got lead jammer status, but Brannicky's right on her heels.
Oh, overtakes her. I think there might have been a little bit of a clip there.
Yeah, a little bit of a wheel clip.
Brad Pitt taking a bit of a tumble there, but calls off the jam. That's all.
And it was interesting. She was actually looking to the other bench when she called off the jam. I think she thinks she's still sitting on the other side.
It takes a couple of jams to kind of get in the zone of like, oh no, that's the wrong bench.
And up against, we have Micro Machine up against Vanessa Shredgrave. It's a nice little slip by. And Sydney's got the pack advantage and they're holding her back quite well. Vanessa having a lot of trouble getting through that Sydney pack.
Giving Micro Machine a little bit of a hit. She couldn't get through and thought she might be able to stop her.
And we have a star pass. Brannicky has handed the star over to Crack. And the Sniper's Jammer has just got a back block and is going to the bin.
I feel like Crack's one of those reluctant pivots. Like she's like, oh, I've got to do this now. Dang. But with 9 skaters, it's like everyone has to have a go at everything.
Yeah. Well, I guess you'd have your own positions and you'd be rolling and you just got to do what you can do.
Absolutely.
You know? Sometimes I like playing with 9 skaters because you're on the track and you get in a groove. And it works wonders for your fitness. Those ladies are going to sleep well tonight.
Like little sweaty babies.
Crack having quite a few issues trying to get through that pack. She's yet to make it through. Micro Machine has just got a 5-point pass. And Crack is out of the pack and she says hallelujah.
So praise Derby Jesus. I got me 5 points on the board.
So that was a really good jam for Sydney. It's currently their score is now 73 to the Convict City Rollers 98.
That's right. Sydney's ability to be able to rotate through their relatively deep roster means that they can have a few more breaks. Mind you, Comic City doing a great job of just keeping on.
Nice little apex jump there over the hip of Toaster. Fisticuffs getting through as lead jammer. Brannicky's been sent to the bin. And now we have Slamtail out of the pack and Fisticuff calls it. She gets her 3 points to Convict City's 0 points.
So Convict City are on 98 points, almost about to crack the 100 mark. Snipers are on 76 points, really working hard to close that gap. Carnage jamming for Sydney.
And she's out.
Nessa Shredgrave jamming for Convict City, making her way past Tanya Harder and Chakram. Levi Strides.
And
also doing a great job.
There were so many things happening in that jam, I didn't know what to say.
But 5 points going to Sydney in that last jam, bringing their score up to 81 to the Convicts 98. Timeout being called by
Convicts.
I did the bench thing just now. She was pointing to that bench over there, and I thought, oh yeah, that's Sydney's bench. No,
no,
they're not all orange. Oh, I need to go and have some hot chips or something. My brain is just going. It's so much excitement watching Derby. Someone said to me a very long time ago that watching a game of Derby takes as much brain power as it does playing one. So I've just played, this will be my 4th game back to back.
Yeah, mentally, I think it's really challenging.
It is. Because
And
you're
there's a
so
little bit of-
excited and there's lots going on.
And you don't really care at home because you're too busy watching Fisticuffs do a dance.
It's just like, I'm just having a great time. No, it is good. I sometimes watch games and then feel really tired afterwards. Yeah, but, if that's my biggest problem in life, I think I'm going to be okay. So, back to it. Sydney Snipers have pack advantage here. Got number 8 for the Convict City in the bin. Feisty Cuffs from Sydney Snipers is jamming against Slamtel for Convict City. Convict City, Slamtel hitting out Feisty Cuffs, forces the cut onto Feisty Cuffs. Slamtel kind of ran back a little bit and, did that indignant waving to the refs, like, hello. And then, so now she's got lead jammer. Everything's going her way. Convict City wanting to get some more points on the board so that they can get a bit more of a lead. And a 5-point pass there for Convict City. Number 8 from Convict City, Ella Squeeze, back on the track, helping out her jammer.
And another 5-point pass.
Feisty Cuffs back on the track for the Snipers. She still needs to make her initial pass, which she has now done. Slamtail getting through, calling off with the 4 points. So getting a nice little couple of points to extend that lead for Convict City, now on 112 to the Snipers 81 with 20 minutes left of the game. Brett Pitt on the line for Sydney Snipers against Vanessa Shredgrave. Great footwork there from Brett Pitt on the outside line, just skipping through to get that lead jammer status. Levi Strides running back for the Snipers, forcing the cut on Vanessa Shredgrave, and that track cut has been dealt to Convict City jammer. A 5-point pass there for Brett Pitt. That was awarded at the time that she lapped Vanessa Shredgrave in the bin. Now she's on Power Jam.
Oh.
Brannicky and Bama trying to keep back Brett Pitt, putting her on her behind. Pushed her just so, but not enough to force a track cut there. Brad Pitt getting another 5 points there for the Snipers.
For somebody
Sydney supporters are loving it.
Brannicky, she's a very lithe skater, and she is ploughing out some big hits out there.
Yeah, I think just being really steady and strong. It's the skinny minis that you got to watch out for, because they've got like a little secret when they're so strong. I tell you what, I've been training with Harlot,
and she's going back to the bin again for a cut track.
That is unfortunate for Convict City. Yeah, I've been training with some girls at the gym, and they're really they're quite skinny, but they're really strong. So I know not to underestimate them on the track. That's for sure. Brett Pitt coming through. That was the end of the jam there, so we'll see if she got the full 4 points. Perhaps due to the which one is it?
No,
is
she
it
got 5.
Oh, okay.
5 4 points.
Rafferty was doing the wiggle with the thumb, and I thought he was like, and I was like, which one? Which one is it?
So that brings the Sydney Snipers up to 96, and the Convict City Rollers are on 112. And we have a power jam for Sydney with Micro Machine jamming.
Vanessa Shredgrave back on the track for Convict City.
Nice little slip pass by Micro Machine. Unfortunately, she must have stepped out.
Three points going to Convict City there, and 4-5 to Sydney Snipers.
Which means they have broken the 100.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a very interesting game.
It's a very tight game. We now have Sydney on 101 with the Convicts on 115. And Carnage is back up to jam. She hasn't jammed for a while.
Taking a little break. Brannicky jamming for Convict City. Tonya Harder and Levi Strides doing a great blocking job here with Low Blow Oreo.
And Bama's going to the bin for a multiplayer block. Crack trying to break up that pack.
Oh, and Brannicky calling off the jam there. She got hit to the inside, calling it off on one toe stop. She's a bit like Freud in that she's, you know, nice and bendy and really agile and strong, but also like lays out some really devastating hits, which I really like.
And they do things where it reminds me of the stretch plastic toys where they go in all different directions and you think,
with
oh
the legs,
dear,
and they're like,
they're going to be
way
hurt
and that way.
badly,
Yeah,
and
no,
they just pull it off.
It's great to watch. I love watching, you know, really agile live, but, you know, brutally hard-hitting skaters. Official review being called by Sydney. And we'll get our ears to the ground to see what's happening. The Sydney City Assassins are heading to play another game on track 2, and just sending some love to the Snipers as they finish up the last part of this second half.
Yeah, track 2 seems to be a little bit ahead of us at this point, but hopefully we'll all even out when the next game starts.
Yeah, I think depending on the kind of games, you know, these official timeouts, they're not timed, so it takes however long it takes, and some of them are a bit more lengthy than others.
Yeah.
I think we are behind. I think that last game, Varsity Derby League versus Southside Derby Dolls, there were 6 foul outs. There were 9 in total, but 6 from one team, and it was so that takes time. You know, to get all the paperwork going. But you know, at this level of competition, it's these things happen. But seeing as we've got a little bit of time, thought we'd do some shout outs.
Yet again, our sponsors for our stream are Better Bearings, as I've been told by many people are really, really good. So I'm going to have to look into those. Maybe you should jump online too and have a look. Then we have Tavish Designs. What is Tavish Designs?
I don't know. The next time I come onto the mic, I'll be finding out what they are.
I'm going to Google that.
Yeah, let me
Let's
get
Google
my
that.
Google machine out and
a huge thanks to Spank Alley for making our live coverage possible. And as of tomorrow, not only will we have the 2 tracks streaming here in Canberra, you will always have something else to watch as well in Queensland, with the Royal Rumble being streamed too.
Oh, I'm so excited.
So much derby.
Yes, I do believe there's also some games happening in Victoria as well. So any long weekend is takes the opportunity to, get that derby happening. Because it's not like we've got anything else going on. It's not like we'd like to go on holiday or anything. This is our holiday. This is my retreat. This is my day spa.
So we have Slamtel from Convict City up to Jam against Feisty Cuffs.
Tavish Designs is I do recognise her face. So I think she is a skater from Newtown, so Sydney area. She's a graphic designer, and I've just brought up her website. So I'm going to look at that later on. Tavish Designs, Tavish, Tavishe.
And Feisty Cuffs has got lead jammer.
Oh,
No.
great inside
Yes.
line pass there from Slamtel. She kind of went on one skate and then did like a hop and then hit the Sydney skaters out of the way. She cannot be stopped. Boom! Nope. Went through the inside. Has to re-engage. Well, she just came exploding into it, and the Sydney blockers were trying to brace, and I think they just went, "Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't know if I want to be hit that hard at speed."
And it was quite interesting because Feisty Cuffs got out as lead jammer on the straightaway before the apex, and Refuchu took till the other apex to actually call lead jammer status.
She is that fast. Oh, and it looks like Vanessa Shredgrave has fouled out, getting her 7th penalty, which is a huge blow to Convict City. That's one of their
one of their main
top tier
jammers.
jammers. Yeah, that's right. So 9 skaters goes down to 8.
And we have 15 minutes to go in the second half.
There's actually a few skaters on 5 or 6 penalties, so they'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we have Ella Squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
She is only looking to get one more, and she...
Yep. And also Bama's on 5, but Sydney, for the most part, keeping it pretty clean. I think in these games, it's usually the jammers that get the most penalties because they're the ones that are, the blockers are looking for those cuts and things like that. So Sydney through lead jammer. That is a Micro Machine, and Brannicky through for Convict City.
And Crack got sent to the bin for a track cut. And that is 0 points scored for both teams this jam. So we are still on. Sydney on 105 and Convicts on 121.
So 14 points in this game and 13 minutes to go.
It's been that way for a while now, that difference. It's been around 14, 15 points since the start of the half.
I don't think that at any time that the point differential has been more than 20 to 30 points. So the games, at this level at least, this morning it was a big differential, but the differentials that I've seen so far.
And Sydney's Brat Pitt out front as lead jammer.
Slamtel getting a forearms penalty for Convict City. But yes, I was just saying the point differential has been very small in the game so far.
Sydney's jam has just gone to the bin for a back block.
So Brat Pitt for Sydney will be replaced by Slamtel for Convict City.
We have a bit of a rolling bin at the moment, I'm noticing.
It's that part of the game where people are getting a little bit tired, a little bit desperate. But yep, that was Stocks forcing the cut on Slamtel. Should be going back to the penalty bin.
And there's a race by the jammers to get to that bin to see who can get in and out quickest.
Brat Pitt going to the double penalty for Slamtel. Either that was insubordination or a...
so that means she has to sit
double
the full
penalty.
30 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Plus whatever Brat Pitt just sat. Yes?
Yes.
Or
I think so. I'm not sure It's 2 30-second penalties, but I'm not sure what happens if Brad Pitt gets a penalty. But at this stage, Brad Pitt is not wanting to take any risks. Sydney does not want to take any risks at this time. Okay, so Slamtail has been released, and I don't know if she served the full penalty or what that means. A good reason why I'm not a referee, I'll say that.
And we have 2 Convict City Rollers heading to the bin now.
As expected, Benchy for the Sydney Snipers is just clarifying how long Slamtail for Convict City was meant to sit in the penalty bin, because she was awarded a double penalty by the jam ref and was released either early or did not serve the appropriate time. So we'll find out what is happening.
So we have 10 minutes left in this game, and we have the Sydney City Snipers on 110, and we have the Convict City Rollers on 121. And the timeout is gone to an official, no?
It looked like it may have gone to an official timeout, but head ref Axiomatic is just briefing its referees. Pack advantage going to Sydney. 4 blockers on Convict City's 2. Crack wanting to defend against Carnage there, but with only 2, there's only so much you can do.
And Levi Stride's doing some excellent lateral work on the track with her pack.
Yeah, that 3-wall brace is really, really strong for Sydney and working in their favour to get that lead advantage and get those points.
And we've got the Benchy from Sydney informing his team to call it so that his team gets a huge pack advantage with 3 Convict City Rollers in the bin.
Goodness me. Well, that's definitely going to do well to tighten up the scores. Snipers are now on 114 points to the Convicts 121.
So what would you do in this position, Peachy? What would you do if you were the Convicts jammer?
Oh, I'd run away. If I was the Convicts jammer, I'd probably help defend.
Yeah, I would have actually just played with the other jammer for a bit.
Yeah.
To see what happened. Just waste a bit of time.
Yeah. The hitting out and running back is a really popular call. Or what I've been seeing in some of the other games is actually act as that 3rd or 4th blocker to defend, just to buy enough time. But
Slamtail's just taken a big hit, and now she's coming to the bin.
I think it's been a pretty
for a back block,
hard hitting game for all the skaters, but you know, some of those players who have had to start jamming, like Slamtail, with the loss of one of their jammers. And some more Convict blockers going to the bin at that end of that jam.
And this score is 121 apiece. We have a game on here, peoples.
That's right. I think Convict City might be seeing that advantage slip away from them.
We also have number 8, Squeeze, being ejected for her penalties.
Dang. Yep, that was 7 penalties. Also got Mama on 6 penalties. Look at that penalty board for Sydney. It's pretty spick and span. Even the jammer penalties, 3 apiece, not even.
Sometimes you can just have a really clean game.
It's good. I think that's what Sydney is striving for. They weren't. I don't remember that they were in the bin a lot during the VCR game, but any time on the in the penalty box is time away from defending. So yeah, I think Convict City are really wanting to change their game a little bit. I let it get away from them, but I think they can still make it back at this 8.5 minutes to go.
They can keep that lead.
Yeah. Oh, crack. Blocking backwards, falling on her behind. Oh, great hit out there by Mama. That was...
That's Bama. Not Mama, isn't it? Bama. 13?
Yeah, no, I got it completely wrong. It's the Chuggernaut.
Oh.
Hitting out on Micro Machine. Just this really great 3-wall brace, letting out Slamtel out of the bin.
And she got lead jammer.
Fantastic for Convict City. They're going to want to get some points and shut this jam down. I got 1 point. And they get to start over again with a new jam.
And that 1 point can be the difference in a game.
Absolutely.
Who wins and who loses.
Yeah, that's right. The way that they were holding onto Micro Machine was just phenomenal for Slamtail to get back. I think that just boosted their confidence a little bit, and now they can kind of get back on track.
Yeah.
So we've got
Brannicky jamming.
And Brat Pitt. Again, another great defensive line letting through Brannicky. Excellent work there from the convict blockers. Really giving it to Brat Pitt, having to yield and let her go. Now it's time to get some points. Didn't even have to do any offense. She just sailed right through, getting the 4 points. And we'll see if she wants to call or what. No points apiece. That was very well timed there from Brannicky. But I don't have time to get the point. I don't have time to get points, but I can call this off. So Convict City 126 to the Snipers 121. This is a close game. 6.5 minutes to go.
And the first time in a long time that we've had all the blockers on the track.
What?
From both teams.
It's quite refreshing. It's almost like, where do they go?
So we've got Slamtail up for the Convict City Rollers and Feisty Cuffs for the Snipers.
Feisty Cuffs really wanting to make her way through the inside. Oh, Slamtail getting a back block. That is not what they want after those two really good jams. Feisty Cuffs trying to make her way through, getting drawn back there by Chuggernaut and Toaster. Chuggernaut going to the penalty box. Oh, and Feisty Cuffs getting a hit to the inside, out of bounds. Thought she had to re-engage, but the blocker was out of play. That is a no pass, no penalty. She is not lead jammer. This will be a 2-minute jam. Oh, Crack doing an amazing back blocking jam. Four-point pass there for Feisty Cuffs.
Slamtail trying to push her way through that tight pack. Feisty Cuffs just taking her time.
Oh, Chuggernaut really wanting to make sure she doesn't get any more points. Snipers are now on 125 to the Convicts 126. And Feisty Cuffs is getting tired. Oh.
She is a little pocket rocket, that girl.
She is. And really, this
gets
whole
thrown
drawing
around
back thing, she
like
does.
a washing machine.
She's getting put on the spin cycle. But she managed to find her footing. She's now at the front of the pack, just having to get through. Meanwhile, Slamtail getting through, gets the 4 points for Convict City.
And right at the end there, she does a star pass, but the jam is over.
4 points, though. Snipers now on... Oh, hurry up, scorekeepers. Come on. It says 125 at the moment, but I don't know if that's going to change. Convict City on 130.
Well, we have the refs over here talking to the scoreboard operators, so we'll just wait and see what happens.
I'm so impatient. As soon as the jam ends, I want to know. I want to know how many points. This is 4 minutes to go. And
we have an official time out.
This is one of those games where they're going to want to check, double check all of the scores to make sure that everything is up to code, because this has been a very close game. Closer than I thought it would be in this second half.
So they've awarded the points. They've got the Snipers on 129 to the Convicts 131.
So close.
It's so tight.
It is so tight. I have promptly... I'm on the edge of my seat. It's pretty exciting stuff. Brannicky, lead jammer for Convict City. Carnage just threw out as her initial pass. Oh, it looked like a very close skip there on the inside line. It was legal, though. She got the 4 points. Convict City calling it off.
And I think Convict City's doing the smart thing now. They're trying to get as many jams as they can.
Call it off.
Call it off quickly.
Run down the clock. That's a smart thing to do.
Get your points, get out of there.
Yeah. I think if they can take the win today against the Sydney Snipers with 8 skaters, I think that would be an amazing
effort. To them.
Kudos. Oh, Slamtel blocking for...
blocking
I say
micro.
blocking. I say blocking because she did a great surge on micro machine into her blockers, made it through on the inside line and got through as lead jammer. It's funny, no pack was called. I think Crack from Convict City came through to try and make the pack. Slamtail getting through on the outside line, getting the 5 points. She got the 5 points because Micro Machine got a penalty. Did you see the jammer penalty on Sydney?
No, but she's in the bin.
That is where she is. What a great opportunity for Convict City to increase their lead.
So she got a cut. Apparently, Micro Machine got a cut track.
Okay. Either way, 5 point pass for Convict City.
And Slamtel, I think she really wants this jam to end. I think she wants the game to end.
She's lead, but, she wants to get this advantage. And meanwhile, Micro Machine back on the track. She still needs to make her initial pass, so Slamtel could make one more pass if she ever got up off the ground. Come on!
She is tired.
She is tired, but I'm very excited also. Micro Machine has made her pass. She's made her scoring pass, 4 points for Sydney.
And she's called it, and I think she's like, thank God.
Thank God for that.
So we are now at the Convict City Rollers are on 150 to the Sydney Snipers 133, and there is 1 minute 20 left on the clock.
Incredible effort here from Convict City, coming from being behind to being 1 point difference to being able to stream ahead.
In the last
17 points or
3
something.
jams.
In the last 3 jams. And you know what it is? It's great defensive blocking and just leaving their jammer, which is a hard thing to do. Their jammers are working really hard, but just letting them do it. Crackers through.
And she got lead jammer.
Oh, I'm really rooting for these guys because they almost took it took the win against Northside Rollers earlier today, and it got away from them in the last 5 minutes. So I'm really hoping that they can get this going today. Great effort there. Brad Pitt coming through. She is not lead jammer for the Snipers. Crack getting the 4 points and calling it.
Until Brad Pitt hits the pack and calls it.
I have to calm myself down and remind myself that as commentators, try to be neutral, but I just love like a good underdog story,
Well, I haven't yelled out, go Sydney or go Vice City.
Yeah,
Convict City Rollers,
Convict
which
City.
I normally do.
Go Vice City. They're not even playing. I don't care.
Because you just get so into it and you forget what you're actually doing.
I have seen, not during the stream, but during a in-house commentary back in the early days, someone turning off their microphone so they could scream for their team. That was a really interesting game where I had to kind of just go, hang on, what's happening? I have to say, I've done the stream. I did the stream earlier today for Snipers versus Vice City Rollers, and they played so phenomenally well, and they didn't waver under that pressure of getting, you know, a 200-point loss, you know. And this game, they've just really held their own and just saying, we are going to play our game.
Yeah.
We're not going to get rattled, and I really admire that from either team at this late stage. You know, if Sydney make it back in this last game, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. But I have no doubt that they could do it because every single person on this track right now has done such an amazing job so far today.
So Slamtail is jamming again. She is lead jammer.
That's right. Feisty Cuffs jamming for Sydney.
And she's called it right
Oh,
on
come on.
the 0 seconds.
I understand why they did it, but I hate that.
She didn't even score a point.
I know. It's just like, get in there and get it done. You've got advantage. Had my little moment to just lament on, you know, getting 1 or 2 more points. But you know what? You know, they don't want to risk it. They want to come away with this really tidy lead. It wasn't 1 or 2 points. It was a sizable effort. It was 21 points.
So kudos to both teams.
Kudos.
I think they played an excellent game.
So I said if they can make it out with 8 players. Well, they didn't. They made it out with 7 players because they had 2 that fouled out for Convict City. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 7. I know how to count.
And that was Sydney having a little chant.
That was snipers, pew, pew, pew. An amazing effort here for the Sydney Snipers, the Sydney B team for Sydney Roller Derby League, doing a really great effort. And just, you know, they play like total gentlewomen. If you look at their penalty board, it is
it's pretty
just
clean.
about immaculate. No one is above 4 penalties, and that's saying something.
So the final score
Is Convict City on 154 points and Snipers on 133 points.
So thanks for listening to us. Come back again later. We'll be here till Monday evening.
It's going to be a great weekend. I'm hopefully going to get a break so I can eat some hot chippies.
No, you get to stay on the live stream till Monday.
Until forever. Okay, I'm going to go have some coffee. Okay, we are going to sign off and see what's happening over on track 1. Where Vice City Rollers are playing the Northside Rollers.
And come back in 15 minutes to see what's happening with the next game on this track.
So track 1, the next game that we have is
Richter
City from New Zealand against Wards of the Skate from WA Roller Derby. So tune in then. Signing off, I'm Peachy Keen.
And I'm Mushy.
We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, live viewers. You will be watching the live stream from Quad Save the Queen tournament hosted by Canberra Roller Derby League. This is my first time commentating for the day, and my name is Anthrax. I play for the Vice City Rollers, and we just finished a game, which was great. And now we're preparing to watch Wards of the Skate, play Richter City. So we've got a Western Australian team playing a New Zealand team about to happen now. I'm just going to take a moment to thank our stream sponsors. We've got Better Bearings, Tavish Designs, and especially Spank Alley. They've come on board, all of those people, as great sponsors, and that is what is allowing us to bring this through you, through Roller Derby Australia and also WFTDA live events, which is very, very exciting. So, we have Richter City all the way from New Zealand. Their all-star team, we have Tough Bickies, number 101, Janie Dodgem, 102, Suffragette, 1080, Tina Turnher, 123, Volcanic Ash, number 15, Sure Trouble, 26, Bubble O'Kill, 298, Anna Pave You Over, 4000, Princess Slayer, 666, Ella Kazam, 737, Scandalous, 78, and Beatrix Kiddo, V118. Coming all the way from Western Australia, we have Wards of the Skate. We have Hades, 191, Rainbow Dash, number 7, Medusa Cascade, 1963, Modern Warfare, number 4, Coca Roller, 218, Hot Wheels, 000, Snapper Bones, 151, Bubblin' Squeaks, 326, Shanae Deuced, number 56, Laura Michelle, 94, Tiny Dancer, 1535, Blady Jane, number 21, Hella High Water, 49, Bowie Sin Skates, 47, Tequila Slammer, number 30, Kiss with a Fist, 103, Sleek, number 10, Fleera, number 22, Kill Billy, 289, Ricocheted Riot, 23. They've brought a long list with them. And as well on the bench we have Sit Down and Whiskey Sour. Game on. So we have number 316. The Wards of the Skate jammer is being held up by a Richter wall at the front. And same at the rear. Richter blockers are doing a great job of holding out strong at the front, and Richter had a very strong game against the Vice City Rollers B team earlier on in the day. We have someone coming to the bin. I believe it's 1080. And we have a very fast pack, and Richter calling it. If you would like to grab a score update for how all of the different leagues and teams are going today, you can jump onto the Canberra Roller Derby website. There is a live maintained scoreboard up there with all of the results of today's games. So we have Beatrix Kiddo, who is jamming at the moment for Richter City. She's been dragged to the back of the pack by Wards of the Skate blockers, doing a great job and able to clear on the inside line. We also have a power jam situation coming up. We have number 94. I think it's Laura Michelle is coming into the box. So let's see how many points Richter can help get their team right now. Taking the outside line, getting us through on a clear pass, doing a great job. Another grand slam. We have the opposition jammer coming out of the box. Richter have set up a wall at the back. And very strong push, getting through cleanly. This is her initial pass, I believe, so no points on that pass, but coming up for a point-scoring pass now. Richter jammer very smart and calling it off before any points can be scored against them. So very smart jamming by Beatrix Kiddo. Next up, I believe we have Princess Slayer for Richter City, jamming against, can't quite see her number 191 for Wards of the Skate. Which is Hades. So Richter Jammer is telling her blockers to speed it up. She's catching a couple of points, maybe 2 points for Richter, no points for Wards of the Skate. So at the moment, we have New Zealand beating Australia. Score at the moment is 20 points to Richter City All-Stars versus 0 points to Wards of the Skate. We're up to the 4th jam, I believe. So we have a significant blocker advantage for Wards of the Skate at the moment, 3 on 2. We've got Hot Wheels jamming for Wards of the Skate. And we have number 15, which is Volcanic Ash jamming for Richter City. She's out first, she is lead. Richter's doing a great job of containing the other jammer in the pack, running her back, making her work hard. Richter pick up 5 points. Grand Slam. And we have Hot Wheels coming into the bin as jammer, so we now have a power jam. Very easy pass for the Richter jammer. It's a very spread out pack at the moment. It looks a little bit like some counter-directional blocking going on. Doing a great job, Wards of the Skate. That was definitely looked like a cut, yes. So we now have the Richter jammer coming into the bin. So they've each had a sit this time. Hot Wheels is now coming out of the pack. Richter's doing a great job of just holding her up at the front, taking her out, running her back. My volume has been adjusted, so hopefully you'll be able to hear me a little bit better on the live stream. Hot Wheels has successfully gotten out of the pack, although it doesn't look like she's going to get a chance to get any points. So if you do want to have a chat, you can try and hit me up on Twitter at TalkToWoofter, or using the hashtag QTSQ, Quad Save the Queen, which is the name of our tournament hosted by Canberra Roller Derby League. Again, shout out to our live stream sponsors. We've got Better Bearings, Tavish Designs, and especially Spank Alley, who have all come on board to make this live coverage possible. We're running live coverage on both tracks, which is pretty amazing. Richter jammer has gone through and is lead jammer. However, the Ward jammer is very close on her heels. And it's Anna Pavuova who's the jammer for Richter at the moment, picking up some quick points and keeping the other jammer out. So 0 points to Ward for that jam, and 2 for Richter, which takes the score after the 5th jam up to 37 points to 0. So Richter are doing a great job of nickel and diming, so picking up the points that they can and keeping the opposition to 0 points. We have Beatrix Kiddo for Richter up against number 94, which is Laura Michelle. We have a panty stash and a pass and a low block. So the jammer is going to the bin. The original pivot is now the jammer, and the jammer is coming to the bin for a little sit down. So once again, Richter has another power jam. Looking to capitalise on that. Back block, I believe. All right, so number 21. The pivot that became the jammer is Blady Jane. She is now orienting the track. Done a nice little daisy chain out the back there, those Richter blockers making her take her time to get back into the action. A nice pin on the inside line by Ward, and their jammers through. Now this looks like it's going to be a scoring pass because there's no lead jammer anymore. Both jammers have been to the bin. And there was a star pass as well. It's a very exciting jam. So that looks like at least 1 point, maybe 2 so far. It's exciting times for Ward. And I don't think they're that concerned about defence at the moment. I think they want their jammer to pick up some points. Or a Richter jammer through for another pass. Again, that is Beatrix Kiddo doing a great job of jamming. And again, the Richter blockers are working very hard at the back in a nice coordinated fashion to keep catching that jammer, containing her nicely, running her back. Bridging out the front, trying to keep her in play, and the jam has come to its natural conclusion. Wards of the Skate now have 4 points. Their first score of the game after 10 minutes of action, so that is a great job by them, and 51 points for Richter. Next up on the jammer line, we do have a power jam. We have Beatrix Kiddo, who's in the box, which gives Ward a great opportunity to try and get some points. Now it looks like they're going to set up for an inside sweep, help their jammer through, and make the most of this. So we have Hades jamming for Ward. Doing a great job. Again, Richter is doing a nice 2-in-1 braced wall. At the front, getting through, so that I believe will be a grand slam. Richter jammer re-entering the track and taking a nice easy in. Now, Peachy Keen has rejoined me.
Hello, I just needed some libations and refreshments. I think this is my 4th game in a row. It has been an exciting
doing a great job, Peachy,
day.
on
It
the
has just
commentary.
been an incredible day here, day 1 of the Quad Save the Queen tournament here in Canberra. I am just loving it.
Yeah, and for those who have just joined us, at the moment, Richter have maintained a lead for a significant portion of this game. West Australia, Wards of the Skate, only recently scored their first 4 points, but very quickly after that, they gained another 8. So they have managed to catch up a little bit. The current score is 12-51, and it looks like Hot Wheels is lead jammer.
That's right, Hot Wheels, lead jammer for Wards of the Skate, number 15 from Richter. That is Volcanic Ash has gotten a jammer penalty, a 5-point pass there for Hot Wheels for Wards of the Skate.
Again, if you would like any score updates, you can head to the Canberra Roller Derby League webpage, which has live updated scores of all of the games which have already been played on day 1 of this tournament, hosted by Canberra Roller Derby League.
Also, you can follow us on Twitter at CRDL_Derby, DERBY, for Twitter updates. Meanwhile, Hot Wheels.
Direction and gameplay block on Richter number 1080 there, I think, which is Suffragette.
And Hot Wheels getting a track cut penalty, even though she thought that the blocker who blocked her out was out of play.
Yep, and I was wrong. It wasn't 1080 coming into the box. It was Anna Pavuova, number 4000. Richter jammer taking a nice, easy inside line. Hot Wheels having to go the long way round to the penalty box because she missed the point of no return. Both teams running a fast pack here.
Oh, Volcanic Ash back on the track through an easy 5 points there for Richter, really just squeezing through those two Ward blockers there. And coming through for another 4 points there for Richter City. So that jam brought us to Richter City All-Stars leading on 64 points, Awards of the Skate on 26 points.
So the margin is narrowing. Peachy, you must be getting pretty familiar with all of these skater names by now.
Well, I did get to see Awards of the Skate against Northside Rollers, but this is the first time for me seeing Richter City, and that was probably the quickest pass that I've seen for lead jammer today. Was a power jam pass, number
4,000.
4,000.
Yeah. And a pave you over.
Pave you over. There's some great names here at the tournament now. Hot Wheels back on the track.
Some more directional blocks going on here. Richter running an assist from the front to try and break up that wall of Ward and help their jammer through to pick up the points, which she did. Another 4, which takes us up to 73 points to Richter and 26 points to Ward. So Richter, when they have a chance, are still doing a great job of shutting down Ward's jammers, getting control by getting lead jammer, and then calling the jam before the opposition gets any points.
And it looks to me like Richter like to play a very fast pack.
Yeah, it does look like that. They have a lot of fast, agile jammers.
Assist off the inside line from number 102, Knee Dodgem. But Richter jammer having a bit of time trying to get through.
So I believe that's Beatrix Kiddo. She's been jamming on a pretty high rotation, as has Ward's jammer.
That is Bubbles and Squeak. Bubble and Squeaks. There's a typo there. It's 316, not 326. It took me half a game to figure that out.
I was looking for a number on our list, and I couldn't find it.
That's right. When the numbers are all you have to go on, it's very important to have the rosters being filled out properly. Beatrix Kiddo taking a hit to the face from number 4 from Wards of the Skate. Modern Warfare. Modern Warfare actually fouled out of the last game against Northside Rollers, so hopefully she can keep her penalties in check, although only got 4 so far. Another 4 points going to Richter City.
So, which takes us to 86 to 26, Richter City in the lead. Some other scores, if you haven't been to our website to check it out, and also on CRDL Derby on Twitter. We had game number 8, which saw Vice City Rollers, my team, take on Northside Derby, and the score in that was Vice City Rollers won with 337 points to 76. The game prior to that was SRDL Snipers, which is the Sydney B team, versus Convicts City. Was 133 to 154, so Convict City took that game. It was very close and very exciting.
Yes, I just announced that just before this game, and it was a great game. Convict City really held their own with 9 players down to 8, down to 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they didn't stop the bleed.
No, they didn't. So Princess Leia for Richter City 666 took that last jam, called it off, and is now wearing the pivot. So it looks like Richter City has a bit of a short bench. I wouldn't say short. I think they just are rotating their players so that they keep warm.
That's right. And if you've come all the way from New Zealand to play in our tournament, I guess you'd want to be out there.
That's right, number 15 for Richter City, Volcanic Ash, lead jammer. Oh, and a track cut there. That was, I saw that coming and yeah, stepped out and did not re-engage, so she's getting a track cut penalty. Meanwhile, Hades 191 also got a penalty, so she'll be replaced back onto the track.
There is a lot of jammer bin time in this game. I'm not sure what that's about. It could be that both teams are running a very strong defensive game and there's not much room for offense.
Back block on a number 4 for Wards of the Skate. One Warfare. That will be her 5th penalty in this first half.
It does seem to be a bit of a theme for direction of gameplay penalties in this game.
Yeah, I think that really strong backwards bracing, sometimes with the sweep, can kind of go in the wrong direction. It's all about how that's controlled from the front. Hades getting through for 4 points. 4 points also for Volcanic Ash for Richter City. Richter City defensive blockers almost at a standstill there, waiting for Hades to meet them at the back of the pack.
Nice offense from the outside there, which is blocker number 2-1 for Ward, which is Blady Jane, who has also jammed this game. She's often running as a pivot.
That's right. Bit of a... I'm not sure what her penalty was, but it was almost like she sat on the other skater during that last jam. 3 points apiece in that last pass. So points on the board for both teams. Richter City still leading on 107 points. Wards of the Skate on 33. And 10 minutes left in this first half.
So we have a pack advantage for Richter again. And in the last few minutes, they've just really pushed that lead right out. We have Hot Wheels jamming for Ward. And Anna Pavuova for Richter City. So the Richter City blockers are doing a great job of trying to keep Hot Wheels in the pack. Some strong blocking out the front, but eventually those blockers get pushed out of play and Hot Wheels is out. Once again, nickel and diming, keeping the opposition jammer to 0 points.
That's right. A really hard-hitting game, but quite strategic from Richter City during this first half. Neither team has called a timeout yet in this first half. Is that correct?
That is correct. No timeouts have been had. No official reviews. It has been smooth going.
Oh, save it for the second half,
Yeah.
where things get a bit dicey. People get tired.
We have 3-1-6, Bubblin' Squeaks. It was very strong pushing that wall up the front, but Richter has gotten out for lead again. And I guess watching Richter earlier play our B team, that was very, I guess something that I noticed was that they were very good at getting their jammers lead.
And do you think that that's playing a really hard defensive game?
Look, they seem to be quite good at switching between their offense and defense and making the most of an instantaneous moment to help free their jammer and then reset back into their defensive wall.
It's definitely a good strength to have, especially when you've come all this way. I did briefly see Richter City at the Great Southern Slam last year. That was a whole year ago, and they didn't make it to the finals of the Div 2 games, but I mean, it's been a whole year and lineups can change. A lot can change,
Yep.
and I think a lot is changing in the current climate of New Zealand roller derby.
Indeed.
Very excited to see what they've got in store. So,
Speaking of change, we should send a shout out to our friend and league mate Shortstop, who, as you might know, if you follow roller derby, is playing for a team called Gotham. In fact, she's on their all-star squad.
hashtag living the dream.
Hashtag living the dream. Hashtag Shortstop fan photo.
Hashtag I heart Shorty.
Yes. All of these things. She's incredible. She is playing hard, and obviously the Gotham All-Stars this weekend are at the Midwest Brouhaha tournament in Milwaukee.
So shout out to everyone switching on WFTDA TV between this tournament and Brouhaha.
Indeed.
I'm sure Shorty will bring back all the secrets
Indeed.
and divulge. I'm very, very much looking forward to that. But in the meantime, we've got Princess Slayer for Richter City in the penalty box, and Jammer for Wards of the Skate. Laura Michelle.
Calling it off.
That was Laura Michelle for Wards of the Skate, getting that 4 points. Bringing up the score for Wards of the Skate now on 42 points. Richter City All-Stars on 115.
6.5 minutes left in this first half. No one's in the box. Good news. 5 on 5.
I do like jams that have a full complement of blockers. It really shows what a full team can do.
And it gets you to have an opportunity to break down the strategy of each team. So what we just saw then was Richter, with all of their players on the track, managed to run a very fast assist to help break up that wall so their jammer could get through, and then very quickly reset back into a defensive unit. And obviously that was quite successful. Their jammer got lead and is now on her scoring pass.
And really good bridging there from Richter City. Even though Wards of the Skate were bridging backwards, they still managed to keep in play for as long as possible. Get their jammer out, caught off.
Yep, calling it off. Again, no points for Ward. And again, just a shout out to the people who have helped this live stream happen, and that is Better Bearings, Tavish Designs, and especially Spank Alley. Without those sponsors, we would not be able to bring this live coverage to you wherever you are in the world. If you would like to keep a track of the scores, the games, head to the Canberra Roller Derby League webpage, canberrarollerderbyleague.com.au, or hit up the live Twitter feed at CRDL Derby. Or you could use the hashtag. Hashtag QSTQ, yes.
Quad save the Queen.
Or hashtag talk to Woofter. Or Wooftadada. If you're from the UK. Yeah. Ooh. Bordering on a low block there, but no impact, no penalty.
Well, you know, 4,000 for Richter City and a pay-view over. I had a bit of a stumble, but it didn't waver her skating style. I think that says a lot about the level of strength and agility from these skaters, that they can get a little bit of a knock, but if it doesn't affect them, game on.
Indeed. So we have 4 on 3. Richter has the pack advantage. Again, running a quick assist to break up that wall at the front. That assist maintaining the pack, allowing their other blockers to hold the jammer just for a little bit longer. But the Ward jammer is out, so this will be a quick turnaround, I reckon. There'll be a few points picked up and then it will be called off.
That's right.
If the past is anything to do with the current reality.
Bubbles and squeaks coming up very quickly, and I think the Richter City jammer just wanted to get a couple more points, getting those 4 points and
so that
pulling
was
it off.
Beatrix Kiddo got 4 points and kept Ward to 0.
I'm loving these crop tops from Richter City. It's very Texas.
It is quite
I'm
Hot Rod
thinking
Honeys.
of, yes,
yes,
Hot Rod
that's
Honeys.
who you were thinking of.
Thinking of that of the girls in
Pink
pink
and black. Yep.
Yes, I do like some good abs on display. If you got them, flaunt them, I say.
Yeah. I wish I had them.
So Princess Slayer, lead
Oi.
jammer, showing off those abs for Richter City. She is your lead jammer. We've had a dummy jammer move from...
We've had a panty stash,
That's
but
right,
no pass.
From Laura Michelle. I watched her against Northside earlier today, and it was quite a move. If I saw someone holding a panty, it was usually that she'd taken it off.
Cut track.
No, it was a back block. It was a bit of a push off the inside line and sent her to the penalty. But conversely, Laura Michelle...
It's a battle of who's going to get there first.
Going to the penalty box for a cut track.
Okay, so Richter sat first, so Richter will be released. She's going the long way round. She's being waved back to the box. I think she was released before she was advised, I'm assuming.
I think that was a double penalty. It may have been... partial insubordination. Those have been dealt out like playing cards so far during the tournament.
So another attempted pass. No stash this time, but an actual pass. We have Ward pushing out the front. They definitely look like they're about to hit 20 feet, which they did.
That's right. Pivot there for Wards of the Skate. Bo Easton Skates, number 47, taking the star for...
Let's see if this will enable them to get some more points on the board. Being knocked out by Richter, blocker at the back of the play.
Ella Kazam.
The Richter jammer is back on and got some more points. And it's all happening here in Canberra.
Looks like there may be some on-track conversations.
Indeed.
With the
I'm wondering if
referees.
there might be an official review. Looks like yes. The hand signal has been given. We shall try and find out what this official review is about. Now, it is definitely winter down here, and it's been pretty chilly today. This morning when I was driving here, it was still -3 just before 8 a.m. So I think these West Australian teams have not been so much enjoying the below freezing conditions. However, they're putting on a good show.
Meanwhile, for Richter, they're like, oh, get the crop tops out. It's a bit
It's balmy. It's balmy in Australia.
Positively balmy.
Indeed.
I did hear from some of the supporters from Hobart's Convicts City Rollers saying that it was snowing in Hobart, but still not as cold as it was here.
Yeah, I think that's the beautiful thing about Canberra is it can be really freezing cold, but we don't often get a wet winter. So it'll be beautiful and sunny outside, very crisp, and often below freezing.
I do have a NSO from Newcastle staying with me, and she had a little run around in the frost this morning. She's like, "Ooh, this is a novelty."
It's like snow without snow.
That's right.
All right, so this official timeout, we're unsure what it is about. The current score, Richter City All-Stars are on 136 and Wards of the Skate are on 44. So in terms of point differential, it's not quite 100 points between these teams yet. The way that this tournament works is that it'll be a win-loss in the first instance, and then points differential will sort out the rest of the teams. So hopefully my team is getting up there with the point differential. We've had a couple of good wins today, the Vice City Rollers, which is the host league of this tournament held by Canberra Roller.
That's right, and I've had a sidebar with our in-house commentators, and they do believe that the cause of the official review was the double penalty placed on
so the
Princess
jammer
Leia
return
as jammer.
Yep. So jammer out, jammer in, jammer out.
I do believe if you get a double penalty, you still serve
The same amount of time.
The first 30 seconds, and then the amount of time that the other jammer was in. If it's a jammer and the other jammer gets a penalty,
An insubordination or
if the jammer gets a penalty and an insubordination, it's 2 penalties.
I see.
So they will serve the insubordination as 30 seconds.
Got
and
it.
then they will serve whatever the other. But please don't take that for gospel. I need to confer with my rules book. But no one's going to the bin, and I'm not quite sure what's been done. So we will have to check back in on that.
So we have 5-on-5 again. The bin is clear.
Ooh.
No offense on that initial pass from Richter, which they have been doing up until this point in time. But now there it is. There goes the offense and broken up that wall. And the Richter jammer is almost through. It's taking till turn 3 to get the jammer out this time. So a slower offense, and the jammer stayed in and contained for longer. Great blocking by Anna Pavuova, who we see as a regular jammer.
Great blocking there from number 102, knee dodge him. It wasn't a huge hit, but it was enough to put Hades on her knees, and she didn't even bother running back. I think she noticed that it hurt quite a bit going down and just decided to reset with her team instead. A very wise move. Sometimes a run back can be to your disadvantage.
So we've got a stash happening, a panty stash. And the Richter Jammer makes another Grand Slam. The Richter Jammer being number 1-5.
Is Volcanic Ash. Meanwhile, Hades unstashed the Jammer Panty, putting it back on her head. Volcanic Ash calling off the jam. Time for a score update, although I always do this too soon. I'm just going to wait a couple more seconds.
Half-time.
That is half-time. So, half-time score, Richter City on 150 points. Awards of the skate on. That's right. Beatrice Kiddo knew that she only had a few seconds before she was being released and did not waste any time whatsoever. Skipped around the outside past those ward skaters.
Okay, so Hot Wheels is now off her initial pass. She has made it. Richter City have already made one scoring pass, I believe.
That's right, Richter City. Beatrice Kiddo got lead jammer straight out of the bin.
Now there's jammer on jammer action. We love to see that. Setting it up for the wall at the rear, saying, take this jammer and let me through.
Yes, already getting 1 point from number 7, Rainbow Dash, wanting to get the rest of those points. And calling it off, getting forced to the outside, calling it off with the 4 points. 1 point going to Hot Wheels and 2 Wards of the Skate. So score update, Wards of the Skate just about to make the 100-point marks. 97 points to Ward. Richter City All-Stars on 220 points.
It's all happening here in Canberra at Quad Save the Queen tournament. And if you would like to check out the scores of all of the different games being played this weekend, please head along to Canberra Roller Derby League.com.au. That's our website, and there is a link to all. Basically, it's a live table of scores, tournament outcomes.
That's right, as the playoffs will be based on differentials.
It goes, first of all, it goes wins, losses, and then differentials. So tomorrow there will be some lightning finals, which are 40-minute unsanctioned games, obviously. And after that outcome will determine final finals. First of all, wins and losses, then differentials. So the lightning rounds is an opportunity for some of the potentially lower ranked, less experienced teams to get some more experience against more experienced leagues in the finals.
So Richter City also have to play South Sea Sirens later on, if they haven't already. I'm not in 2 places at once, so I'm not sure. So after that, we'll differentials, I guess, will base where they go to next.
It's 0 points for Ward and
none for Richter City.
On that pass?
On that pass. Oh, 1 point.
Okay.
She did call it off as she was kind of slipping and then fell over. So Rumpy was like, did she get the point? And then went, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You did a
benefit
good job.
of the doubt.
Yeah.
So the current score for Richter City is 226 and the score for Wards of the Skate is 97. So New Zealand versus Western Australia. New Zealand are coming out on top. There's 7 minutes left of this game. But Ward have made a really tremendous comeback.
Oh, my goodness.
That was some fancy footwork.
Incredible skating from Beatrice Kiddo. Someone, one of the Ward blockers threw themselves at her and she just did this amazing spin and a pirouette.
And again, Hades is hot on her heels. There's a quarter of a lap between them. She's going to hit it and quit it, I would dare say. So you're getting a couple of points, calling it, keeping Ward to 0. So it seems to be a fairly consistent strategy of Richter. This tournament is just hitting it and quitting it, getting those points, calling it off, and keeping the differential as large as they possibly can to their opposition.
Absolutely, and it's kind of veering on the 100 and just under 130 points differential. So that will definitely affect their rankings because this is a WFTDA sanctioned bout, but
That's
also
exactly
their differentials for this tournament.
So a lot of these teams have not yet debuted with a WFTDA rank, so hence they've come along to this tournament to get enough sanctioned games to be able to get that rank.
And Hot Wheels getting lead jammer again for Wards of the Skate. I think Ward just really want to put some more points on the board after a couple of jams of no points.
And we have just coming out of the bin, Ella Kazam, 737. And again, her blocking game has been excellent tonight. She has been running some very strong offensive strategy for her team and helping her jammers score a lot of points.
That's right. Any jammer is only as good as her pack.
That's
and
true.
And these jammers are doing well because their pack work is just so responsive. It's proactive, it's not reactive, and I think that's why they've been so successful so far in this tournament.
So we have Beatrix Kiddo out the front for lead jammer. We have Richter having a nice strong front wall there, but beautiful clear from the captain, number 7, for Wards of the Skate. That's Rainbow Dash. She has also been having a great blocking game.
That's right. Bobble and Squeak's very happy to be done with that with that initial pass. No points, but some great teamwork there from Wards of the Skate. 4 points going to Richter City, bringing an update of the score. Richter City All-Stars, 234 points. Wards of the Skate still on 97. Less than 5 minutes to go of this game.
So I think the jammer saw that the Wards of the Skate still had 2 blockers in the bin, but both of them are standing. So thought, hey, let's start with a nice pack advantage. Get things happening.
Very smart. Once again, Ella Kazam on that outside line, just seeing if she can do a bit of an assist. Just enough to give a little bit of a bump, but she just got floored by Laura Michelle coming through.
And
managing
again,
to keep her panty on her head this time.
Very small distance between these 2 jammers. So again, likely to hit it and quit it. Maybe 1 point. 1 point to Richter, 0 point to Ward. And we have a Ward blocker coming to the bin, number 21 for a high block penalty.
Well, is Blady Jane right at the end of that jam?
Yeah, so she's been running as a pivot tonight as well and has had a jam or 2 when past the star.
Beatrix Kiddo back on the line for Richter City, and for Wards of the Skate. For Wards of the Skate, Hades.
Another
cut track for Beatrix Kiddo for Richter City, which means Hades is on a power jam for Ward.
So we have Ward again, number 7, running some strong offense up the inside line. And again, she's going to do it, makes that clear. Jammer's not quite quick enough to take the offensive play.
That's right. It's really hard when you feel like you're doing a really good inside line clear or just assist with the jammer and they don't take it.
Yeah, and we are in the final 3 minutes of this game, so these jammers are probably quite exhausted by now. So finding that last bit of acceleration can be challenging.
Keeping the pack nice and slow.
Up. It's a tight 2-in-1 braced wall.
Medusa Cascade for Ward, wanting to keep Beatrix Kiddo back, but you can't leave an inch on the outside because she will take it.
Give her an inch, she takes the pass.
Yep. 3 points on the board for Wards of the Skate. We are now at 100 points
They've
for Ward.
cracked the century.
That's right, 100 points going to Wards of the Skate and 235 for Richter City.
So this differential is not too shabby at all.
Official review.
So the Australian team has actually travelled further, I believe, than the New Zealand team, because we are East Coast Canberra. I say coast, I mean Eastern Australia, because a lot of people think Canberra has a beach. We don't. Here's a hot tip for our international viewers. Canberra, the capital of Australia, does not have a beach. It's somewhere between Sydney and Melbourne, so you probably know where those places are. And that's us. So
we're about three hours from the coast.
Yeah, that's exactly right. About the same distance to Sydney. There's lots to see and do here. We're very close to the snow. Any international guest coaches want to come out, we always welcome you with open arms.
That's right. We've got some of the best hospitality in the world, and always great to have some international skaters come and skate with us. I do hear a rumour that we've got another international guest coming very soon, but I'll keep that under my hat.
Keep it under your hat.
Under my panty.
Under your panty. I don't think it's been officially released yet, but it will be very exciting. So the official review, I believe is about points and whether or not they were awarded the right number of points. I think the query was whether it should have been 1 point versus 4 points.
Scores are being checked by the officials and will be deliberated to the captains of both teams.
So again, we've got less than 2 minutes on the clock right now. We've got 1 minute 50 of the game clock. The next game coming up will be Vice City Betamax on this track versus South Sea Sirens. So that should be a great matchup. It'll be interesting to see the outcome of that game and also the strategy that both teams are employing. Right now, it obviously looks like Richter City are going to take the win. Their current score is 235 versus Wards of the Skate 100. And as I was mentioning before, Wards of the Skate have come all the way from Western Australia, which is actually a longer flight than the one from New Zealand. So they have journeyed the most miles to be here. We also have teams from Tasmania in this tournament. Convict City, who will be playing the Vice City Rollers first thing in the morning at 9 a.m. on I don't know which track. You'll have to check our website, which is canberrarollerderbyleague.com.au for a full schedule of the tournament games and also a live update of all of the scores on both tracks.
They are playing on track 1, this track.
Right. Morning. So if you want to see myself and my teammates play in the morning, tune in to track 1 at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern time.
Yeah. In the meantime, Hot Wheels has been awarded lead jammer for Wards of the Skate. And Anna Paviova not too far behind, wanting to get some points here.
Yeah, again, excellent offense. Just shielding the jammer from the Ward blockers to enable her to get through at the front.
Penny pass to Killer Slammer for Wards of the Skate.
So the scores did not change after that official review, so I'm guessing that the officials were happy with their original call. And these jammers are starting to look a little bit tired.
That was
some fancy footwork on the inside.
It was. It almost looked like a cut, and Justin checked with his referees, and he said no.
Back block.
Yep, getting a back block instead.
Oh, she just went past the line of no return, that jammer. So she's going to have to take the long way round to the sin bin.
Tequila Slammer taking a blow there with that back block after making what was a legal skip on the inside.
It's a very strong out pack, and it's not within 10 feet, I wouldn't have said, but hey, I do have glasses on and I am watching from a distance.
That was a bit of a
slip. That jammer is, burning down the clock. There's 2 seconds, 1 second, unofficial final. Took her time to sit down so the other jammer wasn't released and didn't get any more points. So the unofficial final takes us to 243 points to Richter City All-Stars versus 106 points to Wards of the Skate.
That is the end of the game. And no faffing around with the end of the scores.
Everything looks to be pretty under control. Everyone seems happy. Doing a final check.
That's right, unofficial final, so there will be a final tally of the scores. But it's pretty clear that at the end of this game, Richter City from New Zealand coming out on top. But we'll tell you the official score as soon as it's available.
All right, still waiting for the official final score to be called. But next up on this track, we have Canberra Roller Derby League's Vice City B team, Vice City Betamax, playing South Sea Sirens from South Sea Roller Derby. And it has been made official and final. The final score for Richter City All-Stars, 248 versus 106 to Wards of the Skate.
That's right, Wards of the Skate really doing a stellar job during the second half to make sure that they got more points on the board and not wanting to give too many away to Richter City, but Richter City really coming out on top at this game, playing the best that they can. They played a pretty crazy game at times and had 2 foul outs, but still managed to
2 jammer foul outs, which
2
is
jammer
interesting.
foul outs, which yes is a big blow, but still came out on top and can be very happy with that point differential of
A lot.
142
142
points. Yes.
Maths has never been my strong point, but
I like
think we
even
got that
numbers,
right.
though. They look easier.
Yeah, that's true.
So that will definitely affect their point differentials for the tournament, but also their rankings for WFTDA rankings.
Yep. So if you are needing to go and run away, give yourself a top-up of some caffeine or something like that, now is an excellent time to do it. The next game will start in about 25-30 minutes, so head on off and come on back. And if you're tuned into track 1, you'll be able to watch the Vice City Betamax team take on South Sea Sirens.
Absolutely, and just doing a shout-out to our sponsors who made the stream possible, Better Bearings, Tavish Designs, and especially to Spank Alley for bringing us the live feed coverage, also brought to you by Downunder Derby TV and streamed on WFTDA TV. So shout out to anyone watching on WFTDA. We will take a break and come back with Vice City Betamax vs South Sea Sirens. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for listening. This has been Anthrax and Peachy Keen keeping it real.
Peace.
Nympha Scorer is through and she is lead jam. Every jam so far, lead going to the Sirens. Fast Lap absolutely pummeled to the ground, but gets up just as quickly as she was sit down. She's trying to shed those blockers away. The Sirens in a rolling form there, making a constant line, getting in Fast Lap's way. Fast Lap having to go backwards, doing a ballerina, but still knocked out of bounds. In the meantime, Nympha Scorer Tonks is scoring the points. Hits the back of the wall there and marches her way through past the blockers. She's got one to beat and she's through for another scoring pass. She scores 5 points and calls that jam off. Sirens 22-0, certainly dominating in this first 9 jams. That's going to be absolutely rocking the... Pardon me, that's going to be rocking the motivation of Canberra. They're going to have to refocus. Ella Stomp taking the jam star for Canberra in the green. She tries to muscle her way on the outside. She's got a chance to get through as lead for this particular jam. In the meantime, in the back of the pack, Corky Screw, new jammer for the Sirens today. She's having trouble getting past that very, very persistent Prairie Scorn. However, she's managed to get her way up to the front of the pack, getting a bit of a hand from Titosaurus, bumping that blocker out of the way. Nympha Scorer Tonks out in front again. In the meantime, Ella Stomp still trying to make her first pass. That first pass, or the initial pass, doesn't count for any points. It does, however, establish who the lead jammer is. Nympha Scorer Tonks sent off for a track cut. That means both jammers sent off. Whoever gets in there first will get to leave first, and that goes to Nympha Scorer Tonks. They need to serve as many seconds as each other. So both jammers out very, very quickly. There's no point in having no jammer on the track. So we always make sure that there's one jammer on the track, and that means swapping over in the penalty box. Ella Stomp trying to get her legs again. Referee's calling that jam off. Scoreboard still very one-sided. 28 points to the Sirens, playing 2 points to Vice City B. Both teams have been playing today, so you might start to see a little bit of fatigue coming in. Of course, in a tournament situation, fitness, managing fatigue becomes very, very important, as does rotating through the benches, and that becomes the responsibility of the bench managers to make sure that there's plenty of fresh legs out there. And once again, Sirens dominating on the track. Fizz Gig out in front as lead jammer. She hits the pack and just steps around it on the outside, scoring 4 points and calling that jam off. Not many opportunities going to Vice City at all. Captain of the South Sea Sirens, Crash Mandicoot, is on the jammer line. She's playing in the blue. She's up against Fast Lap from Vice City. Fast Lap trying to squeeze her way through those blockers, not having very much luck there. Cookie Crackhouse going after her. Fast Lap getting almost tripped over by Betty Doom. However, she is through and has completed her initial pass. In the meantime, Crash Mandicoot out in front, lead jammer again. Her blockers clearing a path, so much daylight for her to stroll on through. She scores 4 points and calls that jam off. The synergy in which the Sirens are working with each other is a thing of beauty to watch. The jammers certainly have lots of skill, but the blockers are just making it easy for them. Captain from Vice City B, Legolas, jamming for Canberra. She's unable to get past the rotating wall of blockers and is taken down once again. Titosaurus, big blocker there, managing to take down Legolas. She's still on her initial pass. In the meantime, we've got the Sirens scoring, attempting to score points, unable to get past the blockers there. However, the blocker did bump her out of bounds, but go out of bounds herself. And that means she can return to the track anywhere she likes. It's a 5-point pass there. Fizgig acting as the 5th blocker for the Sirens, knocking Legolas down and calling that jam off. When you've got one team dominating like the Sirens are, they're the ones that are in control. They're the ones that can determine how fast the pack goes. They can determine whether they want to run the clock down or not. They're in no hurry. They're well ahead, so they can hang about, play their jammer as the 5th blocker. The other thing to remember is that every time a player gets hit, they're going to get a little bit more tired than they were if they were to just skate around. So it is certainly worthwhile blocking those jammers whenever you can to disable them somewhat for later on in the game. And we have jamming for the Sirens. Betty Doom. She is out as lead again. Betty Doom scrapping her way through the inside, calling that jam off after she scores 4 more points. The Sirens sitting handsomely on 45 points. Canberra still on 2 points. And there is just under 20 minutes left in this first half. And I think earlier I said that was the 9th jam. It's actually the 9th jam, 10th jam now. And Canberra calling the first of their timeouts. And this is a good opportunity to remind you that Better Bearings, Tavish Designs and Spank Alley have brought your coverage here for you today. So thank you so much to Better Bearings, Tavish Designs and Spank Alley. There's lots more to this tournament than just today. There's 2 more days. There are more games like this, full-length games, and there are also lightning finals, lightning knockouts. So if you're in the Canberra area or if you feel like a bit of a drive on the long weekend, come on down to Southern Cross Basketball Stadium in Tuggeranong. It's super cold outside, but thankfully it's warm in here. Timeout has finished. Canberra return to the track with Fast Lap jamming for them. Both teams have 1 blocker in the penalty box. Fast Lap assisting with the blocking there, managing to hold off the Sirens for a short amount of time, and they managed to pull a track cut there. Nymphascora Tonk sent to the penalty box for a track cut. That means that Fast Lap is the only player, the only jammer on the track, the only player who is able to score points. She is now the lead jammer as well, so she can call this jam off when it's strategically good for her to do so. She was trying to catch a bit of a lift from her teammate there. Didn't really amount to much. Ruby Doom seemed to be going off to the right while she was going to the centre, but she gets 5 points for that pass. That's 1 point for every player on the track and 1 for every player in the penalty box. Nymphascora Tonks, however, returns to the track. She goes right and left, goes up the middle, taking down a bunch of blockers though. She persists, Nymphascora. Pushing her way through. She does the fake left and the fake right, takes the outside line, and she has completed her initial pass. That suggests that Fast Lap is going to want to be calling this jam off as soon as possible. And she has managed to deny for the first jam any points to the Sirens. That jam, a very successful one for Canberra. 8 points in that one, bringing their total to 10. The Sirens sitting on 45 points. And again, for the newbies watching at home, the blockers can start anywhere between that jam line that's you see the jammers standing behind, or the pivot line, which is the one that's out in front of them, 30 feet in front. Fizgig pushed through the triangular defence of doom. They are managing to hold her back. However, no pack is called. That means the blockers were too far away from each other, and Fizgig manages to get through. However, Pink missed for Canberra, skating in the green. She is through in her initial pass first. That means that she gets to call the jam off when she wants to. Fizgig absolutely powering down the track, closing that gap. Canberra adding 3 to their score and restricting the Sirens to just 1 point. Scoreboard reads 46 points to the Sirens, 13 points to the Vice City B. The Sirens starting out in front in a triangular form. And I think that is Amy Gedden skating as the jammer for the Sirens. Oh, pardon me, it's not Amy Gedden, it's Cookie Crackhouse. Cookie starting very far back from the jammer line, as you may have seen just before. That means that she's after a bit of a run-up. It also gives her an opportunity to see which way the blockers are going and perhaps duck around them and see if she returns to where she was. And yes, she does. Punky jamming for Canberra. Cookie Crackhouse going to the outside, pushing her way through, trying to get through the inside, blocked by her own blocker, Titosaurus. In the meantime, Punky manages to squeeze her way past, again getting in the way with her blockers there. However, very persistent blocking happening from the Sirens. Harmon Miranda and Jammers on, managing to hold back the jammer for a little while and forcing a track cut. In the meantime, the Sirens through on her knees, but gets back up. She scores 5 points. That's 1 for everyone on the track, 1 for the jammer in the penalty box. The Sirens are the only ones that are scoring, and they managed to hold back a bunny for a short period of time. The Sirens are going to want to control the speed of the pack. They're going to want to make the pack go as slowly as they can. Another 5 points to Cookie. The Sirens are going to want to make it as easy as they possibly can for Cookie to get around as quickly as she can. And the jammer is back on the track from Canberra, along with her 4th blocker. Punky trying to go through the inside, but blocked out of bounds. She needs to return back to the track behind the blocker that sent her out. Punky trying to get a lift from Prairie Scorn. Persistent blocking from Sirens, giving Punky all manner of trouble. In the meantime, Cookie keeps on keeping on. She was up on her toe stops there, trying to walk her way through the blockers. However, again, the blockers are out of distance from each other, causing a no-pack situation, and they need to allow Cookie through. 5 more points for the Sirens. 2 minutes elapsed in that jam. That was a massive jam for the Sirens. 24 points to 0, taking their score to 70, with Vice City B sitting on 13. Just over 13 minutes left in this first half. Sirens managing to start this jam with the Canberra jammer in the penalty box. It's hard to tell whether she's standing or not. She's got a height disadvantage, I feel. Sirens are through without a penalty. That means they get to be the lead jammer. Sirens trying to slow things down so that Betty Boom can get through as many times as she possibly can. Punky joining her on the track there, but Titosaurus just slightly out in front. Followed her out from the penalty box and managing to hold her back just that little bit. In the meantime, Betty Doom trying to find the outside line. Taken off her feet by Lady Von Wackensmack, living up to her name. Quick sidestep there, and Betty Boom is through for another pass. Betty calls that jam off. Scoreboard reads 79 to the Sirens against Vice City 13. Fast lap back on the track for Canberra. Crash Bandicoot jamming for the Sirens in the blue. Fast lap, getting down low and trying to charge her way through. This may work this time. She needs to get past Legolas. The blockers reforming around her, and sneaky as the Sirens managing to get out in front, realising there's no point trying to outrun Fast lap and calling that jam off. Crash Bandicoot not wasting any time at all in a jam that she would not be able to get ahead. There's no point going 4-4. It's the same as 0-all. The Sirens giving themselves plenty of time to score more points. Fizgig jamming for the Sirens. She's out on the outside. Taken out by Legolas on one knee. Ella Stomp, lead jammer for Canberra. Only the second time, I think, that Canberra has managed to pull off the lead jammer status. She tries to crack it through the outside line, but has to call that jam off with excellent pressure being placed on her by the Sirens. 2 points added to the Vice City B score. They are sitting on 15. 1 point added to the Sirens. They are sitting on 80. And blockers predominantly hanging around the jammer line for the start. Nymphoscora Tonks is jamming for the Sirens. She gets down low and charges her way through. Parts the sea of Vice City. She is through for lead jammer. In the meantime, Canberra's jammer, Pink Mist, having difficulty getting through on her initial pass. She uses her blockers as a bit of a screen, but finds a bit of trouble by way of Hum and Miranda. In the meantime, Nymphoscora Tonks through for a 5-point pass. That means she has lapped the jammer. Canberra jammer still stuck behind the pack, unable to complete her initial pass yet. She's taken out of bounds by Perilas, returns back to the track. It looked like she was through, but Hum and Miranda again being used as a battering ram. Nymphoscora Tonks called for a track cut. And she is sent off. Having to go around the back of the track, back of the pack there to avoid getting in the way. Risky move really, because you do risk being called for insubordination by the referee if the referee thinks that you were a little bit slow getting off the track. Canberra all the advantage. The only point scorer on the track. Pink Mist hitting the back of the pack. Canberra Wall hanging back. If they can hang back far enough from the Sirens, that means it's a no pack situation and their jammer will be able to go on through. 5 more points for Canberra. Canberra trying to slow it down for Pink Mist to hit the pack again. She bounces around, has to go backwards on one skate. Unfortunately, she finds the boundary line and has to go back in. And she's through for her pass. 5 more points. Very useful jam for Vice City. Scoreboard reads Sirens 95 points, Vice City B 24 points. Fast lap back on the jammer line for Canberra. She tries to muscle her way on the outside, finds a gap on the inside, and she is through. In the meantime, Vice City, one of the blockers sent off for a multiplayer block. You cannot hold hands with the blocker next to you and have that link challenged. Both packs going reasonably fast there. Sirens trying to get out of the way of Fast Lap. There's no point in trying to track them down, so Fast Lap pulls that jam off. No points added to either team. However, Sirens would be happy that some time has run down on the game clock. When you're ahead, you're not in a hurry. So that jam working in by the way of the Sirens. Ella Stomp jamming for Canberra. She tries to find a gap on the outside there. However, Fizgig takes that gap. She is challenged by Harlot Oscara, but manages to get past, and she is lead jammer. Ella Stomp stuck behind the triangle of doom. She tries to mush her way through it. She's trying to challenge those multiplayer blocks there to get her through. In the meantime, Fizgig just whizzes around, scoring for 5 more points. And Ella Stomp is through for her initial pass. Fizgig looking to the bench to know what to do. The bench is calling for their blockers, the Sirens blockers, to go to the front. They were trying to maximise opportunities there. No difference if she had called it off earlier when she went through just after that initial pass, other than running the clock down. 9 more points added to the Sirens score, and they've cracked a ton. It's 104 for the Sirens, playing Vice City B 24. Pink Miss back on the jam line. She's up against Cookie Crackhouse. It seems to me that the Sirens have a more sustainable rotation of jammers happening. Canberra streaking out in front. They get lead jammer. Pink Mist, let's see what she can do. Cookie Crackhouse certainly got a bit of speed on her wheels. She is able to close on down. She's only like half a straight behind. Pink Mist will have to trust her blockers there or call the jam off, as she does. Sirens getting a sneaky 1 point to Canberra's 3 points. Scoreboard now 105, playing 27. And there is less than 5 minutes for this half. 19 jams have elapsed. This is number 20 right here. 2 Sirens in the penalty box, giving Canberra the pack advantage. Betty Doom jamming for the Sirens. She is hunting down Canberra. They have the lead, but will they be able to hold it? Harlot Oscara out in front. She needs to decide what she wants to do here. She's knocked out of bounds. Harlot Oscara doesn't call that jam off. And she does as she looks over to the bench. Betty Doom unable to score any points there. However, again, Canberra in a position where they need to have more time on the board. They don't need to be running down the clock. Three and a half minutes left for this half. Fast Lap acting as the 5th blocker. Clearly a tactic for Canberra that didn't work in that particular time. Fizgig too good, stretching out on the inside and getting lead jammer. Fast lap now about the business of jamming. She is caught behind 4 very persistent blockers from the Sirens. They cycle around. Skating backwards is no problem. The last hip thrust there from Corky Screw doesn't stop Fast lap from getting through on her initial pass. In the meantime, back in the pack, Fizgig using her booty to try to score an extra point there, but restricted to 2 for that pass. Scoreboard reads the Sirens 107. Vice City Rollers, they're on 27. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left for this half. Crash Bandicoot with the swimming goggles on. She's jamming for the Sirens. She streaks on the inside, fakes to the left, fakes to the right. Canberra again for a moment using the 5th blocker. Harlot O'Scara, however, knocked to the ground, and she is now stuck behind the persistent blocking of the Sirens. She plays it safe and goes behind the player that knocked her out. In the meantime, Crash Bandicoot manages to get out in front. Lead jammer, she's about to hit the pack to score some points. She kind of sails her way through, using all the angles to her advantage. However, Crash Bandicoot sent off for a track cut. That means Canberra has the advantage. They have the rest of the 2 minutes. That's 1 more minute to score all of the points. Harlot O'Scara trying to get past Betty Doom. Eventually she'll have to let her through, and does, because she was too far away from the other blockers. You cannot block when you're too far away from the pack, and Betty Doom sent off for that. Harlot O'Scara trying to score some more points, using a shoulder barge. 5 points added to their total. However, Crash Bandicoot joins her on the track now. Both teams scoring opportunities. Crash Bandicoot sneaking her way through there. Excellent awareness of the track. 5 points for her. There is no lead jammer, so the jam will continue for the next 15 seconds. 5 points to Canberra. Crash Bandicoot trying to step her way through on one leg on the outside. Goes past Lady Von Whack and Smack. And that jam coming to its natural end. Only 1 point the difference from that particular jam. Sirens scoring 9, Vice City scoring 10. That brings the Vice City score to 37 points and the Siren 116. There's basically no time left on the game clock. The referees call that half time. And the break for half time is 15 minutes. The Sirens sitting pretty, 116 points. Vice City B, lots of work to do, 37 points. And we will be back in about 10 minutes. Welcome back trackside. We are in the second half of this game between Canberra Roller Derby League Vice City B, and they are playing South Sea Roller Derby. The Sirens at South Sea are from the Victorian area, probably down the south of the sea. All right, both teams are geared up and ready to go. The crowd counting down the score, the time on the scoreboard. Scoreboard currently 116 to the Sirens, 37 to Vice City B. Vice City B from Canberra, Sirens from south of Melbourne. Pink Miss jamming for Canberra. She's out in front. She's lead jammer. Hot on her heels, though. We have the Sirens. Fizzgig blocking Pink Miss out of the way. And she calls that jam off before Fizzgig is able to score any points. Excellent work there by Canberra. Canberra with the 4-3 pack advantage. One of the Sirens sitting in the penalty box there. Harmon Miranda playing with the number $2. Referee's calling a timeout, it seems. The referees, of course, can call as many timeouts as they like. However, teams are only able to call 3 timeouts, and they also have an official review. The official review is where they aren't sure about a call that's been made. They ask the referees to recreate it in their brains and review the call that was made. Fast Lap's trying to sneak around the inside of the Triangle of Doom. Nymphosaurus Tonks out in front though. She speeds out in front. Fast Lap bouncing around, trying to get past on one leg. Excellent track work there. Fast Lap is through with that characteristic hair flick. Nymphoscora though stepping through on the inside, scoring 4 quick points and calling that jam off. Sirens on 120, Vice City on 37. Players sent to the penalty box are given 30 seconds. The first 20 they serve in the penalty box sitting down, and when they've got 10 seconds left to go, they stand. That gives players a bit of a warning if they're able to see the player standing in the penalty box that they're going to come back on the track. In the meantime, Corky Screw for the Sirens in the blue. She's out in front and she is lead jammer. Meantime, Canberra just wants a beat, however, knocked out of bounds. The question is, she was knocked out of bounds but used her forearm to get there. Harlot O'Scara sent to the penalty box, and that gives all of the scoring opportunities to the Sirens. However, Corky Screw sent to the penalty box as well, and that releases Harlot O'Scara. Corky will only have to serve the same amount of time as Harlot, so both jammers are now free of the penalty box. Corky just making her way back to the track. In the meantime, Harlot trying to get past the blockers. Titosaurus, very persistent blocker out in front there, swaying backwards and forwards. Harlot's completed her initial pass. It's all scoring from here on in. Harlot trying to go through the inside line, scoring a couple of points there. However, followed by a track cut. She just ambled out and swung back in. So she gets sent to the penalty box for 30 seconds, giving a power jam to the Sirens. Corky Screw having to come up on her toe stops, jogging on through. 5 points. That's one for every player on the track, one for the player in the penalty box. Sirens will want to keep the pace down so that Corky can get through, as she does on the inside with a skip and a jump. 5 more points to their score. Harlot is standing in the penalty box. She is ready to join the track. She just needs to get the nod from the penalty timer. And as she joins the track, she meets a pair of blockers. Jammers on, directing her blockers. Canberra giving Harlot a bit of a hand there. And she does manage to score 4 points. Excellent work there from Canberra, being persistent right to the end there. Sirens adding 14 to their score, 134. Canberra sitting on 41. Only 30 seconds in between each jam. Not a lot of time for teams to get ready and get back on the track. Fizgig, experienced jammer for the Sirens. She's out in front and she's the lead jammer. Canberra showing enormous persistence there, bouncing around behind the blockers, but still trying to muscle their way on through the outside line. Nearly found it there. Fizgig through for a 5-point pass. She hits the wall of blockers again, sneaks on through the inside, has to get a lift off her blocker, and she is through for another 5-point pass. Ellie Stomp, she's completed her initial pass. Fizgig instructing her blockers to do what she wants them to do. She pushes on through with her booty and calls that jam off. Canberra putting the pressure on there to force that jam to be called off. 14 points added to the Sirens score, 148 playing 41. Nympha scorer Tonks back on the jam line for the Sirens. She's had a very successful game so far. She's up against Fast Lap. Previous jams we've seen Canberra use the 5-player defence, using their jammer as a blocker. Fast Lap, quick as lightning. She is through on the outside, does a little pirouette to make her the lead jammer. Nympha scorer Tonks piling the speed on, trying to hunt down Fast Lap. Fast Lap gets in past the blockers there and scores 2 points for Canberra. I think the Sirens may have been denied any points at all. Excellent jam. 2 points each, I think. No, 2-0. Canberra moves on to 43 points. It's those short, quick jams that Canberra needs to score. A couple of points, call it off, save as much time as you can for further jams. Harlot Ascara trying to get her way through, denied access by the blockers. However, she is through and past her own blockers. However, the Sirens pull up lead jammer status. Betty Doom is the lead jammer and she's the only jammer. Harlot sent off the track. Great job done there by Ruby Doom, managing to hold back the jammer for as long as she possibly could. However, the Sirens have caught a bunny there. Punky trying to make her way through. And doesn't. Betty Doom through for another 5-point pass. Calls that jam off, forcing Harlot to stay in the penalty box for another jam. Canberra will start without a jammer. Usually that means that the Sirens would get the lead position. It'll only be about 8 seconds of a power jam, so Sirens are going to be hoping that's enough time for them to get out in front. Both teams playing relatively clean. Neither team with a lot of penalties on the board. And that's certainly to Canberra's advantage right now, with 4 blockers on the track. Nearly able to hold Fizgig back. Both jammers on the track, both jammers streaking around in front. Lots of pressure from Harlot Oscara, forcing Fizgig to rethink what she's about to do. She gets past only her own blocker and has to call that jam off. Excellent pressure from Canberra. Great pace, showing an excellent amount of fitness as well. Scoreboard, 160 points to the Sirens, 43 to Vice City B. Nymphascora Tonks back on the jammer line. She is jamming in the blue for the South Seas Sirens. Fast lap on the jammer line for Canberra. Fast lap directing her blockers there. Both jammers sent off the track. Nymphascora Tonks sporting a bit of an injury there. I'm not sure what happened. It looked like a hit to the ribs. However, out in front, fast lap, lead jammer, giving Canberra all of the scoring opportunities now. Fast lap, a good half track in front of Nymphascora Tonks. She is past one blocker. That is enough to make her have the point for the blocker in the penalty box as well. 3 points added to Canberra's score. Only 2 to the Sirens. That's a 1 point advantage for Canberra. Sirens captain Crash Bandicoot on the track with the jammer panty on her helmet. It's captain on captain Legolas also jamming for Canberra. Both teams using the triangle of doom defence. Legolas caught behind the Sirens though. She's forced out of bounds. Has to return behind the blocker. However, Punky giving sufficient assistance to cause jammers on some trouble. Legolas managing to pull up a power jam with Crash Bandicoot sent to the penalty box for a track cut. Canberra trying to hold back the blockers, messing things up there, trying to give Legolas an opportunity to get on through. She sees something on the inside, is forced to the outside though. And Canberra are going to hold back and try to force the out-of-pack situation, giving them 5 points for that pass. Crash Bandicoot returns to the track. She tries to skip on the inside, but her effort is foiled by Canberra's Punky. She is actually sent off for a track cut. Excellent pressure there from the Canberra blockers. They're really pulling out all stops there. Legolas, the only jammer on the track still. There are only 2 blockers to get past for the Sirens, and after she gets past the first blocker, she gets the points for all the blockers in the penalty box. That's a 5-point pass for Canberra. 10 points so far. Crash Bandicoot joining the track. However, Legolas managing to get through to 3 points each. That's a 10-point advantage for the Vice City B. Vice City B sitting on 59 points, playing the Sirens 165 points. "17.5 minutes left to this game. And a timeout is called to the Sirens. And this gives me an excellent opportunity to tell you that Better Bearings, Tavish Designs and Spank Alley love us a lot. They love us so much that they've made the live coverage of this tournament, Quad Save the Queen, possible. If you get an opportunity to support our sponsors, that would be so much appreciated. They're the ones that sponsor us and give us money and make this possible. So go and visit them online and see what it is that they sell and what it is that you can buy from them. They are Better Bearings, Tavish Designs and Spank Alley. Thank you also to all of the volunteers that made today's tournament possible. There is a very large amount of work that goes into putting a tournament on like this. Lots and lots of ringing up and organising and a million emails and goodness knows how many Facebook posts. It brings a lot of people together. And the timeout has finished. Pink mist on the jam line for Canberra. She is in the green. She tries to sneak up the inside line there. Canberra with the definite pack advantage, 4 against 2. However, Sirens managing to get through, and they are the lead jammer. Pink mist allowed to return to the track there because the blocker that took her out of bounds was out of bounds herself. She gets to the back of the pack but unable to score any points before that jam is called off. 2 points added to the Sirens. We've seen both of these jammers before. Fast lap for Canberra in the green. She's up against Crash Bandicoot from the Sirens in the blue. 1 extra blocker on the track for Canberra, and Fast lap assisting with the block on the inside line there and then getting about the business of jamming. She's met with the triangular defence of the Sirens. Sirens very persistent but not persistent enough. Fast lap is through. Crash Bandicoot having to do a hop, skip and a jump there to get on through for her initial pass, but Fast lap is about a half a track ahead. She's got those long legs and strides on through. She looks to see where the opposition jammer is. Pushes her booty through. 4 points. Excellent effort from both the blockers and the jammer there from Canberra. Scoreboard reads 63 points to the Sirens, 167. Both teams using fairly quick packs. Drawing deep from the pit of fitness. Fizgig being pummeled by the blockers from Canberra. She streaks on the outside. Too quick, she gets through. She's lead jammer. However, Canberra hot on her heels. They are virtually shoulder to shoulder with Pink going on the inside line there. This will force Fizgig to call the jam off before she would want to. Canberra managing to shut that jam down, giving only 2 points to the Sirens. There's just over 14 minutes left in this game. Betty Doom jamming for the Sirens. Both jammers up super quick. Harlot Oscara trying to get out in front. She's again caught behind that triangular defence. Up on the toe stops through the inside. However, sneaking on the inside, we have Betty Doom from the Sirens. She's lead jammer. Harlot with some excellent athletics, getting through on the inside. She's picking up the pace, trying to close that gap. Betty Doom sprinting ahead, scoring some points and then calling that jam off. And at this point, Canberra are going to be wanting to put lots of pressure on the opposition, forcing them to call the jams off as quickly as they can, not allowing them any opportunity to run the clock down. Fizgig held back by the blockers, but managing to make her way through. Blockers reforming in front of her. Fast lap, finding a massive gap on the inside. Steps on through it. She is lead jammer. Excellent work by the Canberra blockers there, holding back Fizgig. She's yet to complete her initial pass. Fast lap coming through for her scoring pass. Sirens blockers do not say die. However, fast lap streaking through the inside. 4 points. And that jam called off before Fizgig could even meet the back of the scoring pack. Excellent jam for Canberra. 69 points plays the Sirens. 173 points with 12.5 minutes left in this game. Thank you to Spank Alley. You make us look handsome and you give us money for sponsorship so that we can pay for this telecast. So thank you to all the people at Spank Alley. If you're here at the tournament tomorrow or the next day, you'll be able to check out their stall. Otherwise, you have the interwebs. And a team timeout given to Canberra there. No doubt solidifying their tactics for the rest of the game. A couple of blockers there from Southsea looking a little bit penalty heavy. Titosaurus and Crash Mandicoot. Crash Mandicoot being used as a jammer as well as a blocker. She's the team captain and she is sitting on 6 penalties. Titosaurus, a prolific blocker for the Sirens, and she is sitting on 6 penalties. It only takes 7 penalties and you are expelled from the game. Sirens will want to avoid that, if at all possible, of course. None of the players from Canberra in any such danger. They have played a very clean game, and they will take that advantage with them. Betty Doom jamming for the Sirens. She tries to muscle her way through and past Prairie Scorn, and she manages to get through as lead jammer. In the meantime, Pink forced it off the track. Referee whistle blows, no one's sure what for. Amy Gedden forcing Pink back. Pink missed again, recycled off the track. Canberra blockers, however, holding back the tide of the Sirens. They are reforming and allowing their jammer through. Excellent assistance there from the blockers. Pink Mist is through for her initial pass, and she is actually the only jammer on the track in this power jam. She has all the opportunity to score all the points. Canberra blockers going in, trying to make a hole there on the outside line. Pink Mist having to mush on through the remaining 2 blockers. She does so for a 5-point pass. Jammer is standing in the penalty box there. Betty Doom now joining the track. However, Pink Mist able to score 5 more points before that happens. Pink Mist, though, not the lead jammer. That means this jam will go for the full 2 minutes. Only 27 seconds left. Betty Boom managing to score 4 points in that skit through the outside line. Pink Mist, excellent work, taking the inside line, scoring another 4 points. Betty Doom bouncing off the back of the Canberra blockers. Being taken step for step by Booty. Great pressure again there from the Canberra blockers. 17 points for that jam. 9 points for the Sirens. Scoreboard reads Sirens 185 points against Canberra's Vice City B 87 points. Ellie Stomp, the only jammer on the pack. Betty Doom serving a fresh penalty stint. It's 30 seconds for Ellie Stomp to make all the impression she can. Canberra hanging back, trying to force a no-pack situation. having to move up a little bit to avoid a destruction of pack penalty. Blockers being super aware of Betty Doom returning to the track. They don't want her to sneak on past. However, Ellie Stomp is through and she's the lead jammer. Ellie Stomp getting instructions from the benches. She skates on past. Betty Doom having to get down low to try and close up that gap. Ellie Stomp calling that jam off after scoring a point. Able to stop the Sirens from getting any points in that jam. 88 points for Vice City B, 185 for the Sirens. Fast lap jamming for Canberra. She's persistent, uses a lift from her blocker and is through for lead. She has a half a lap advantage. Very fast pace being set by the Sirens, trying to make it as difficult as possible for Fast Lap to score any points, but she is fast enough to catch up. She hits the back of the pack and loiters around with the blockers. Fizzgig still about a quarter of a track away. Fast Lap scores some points, looks around to see where Fizzgig is and calls that jam off. 3 points added, nothing added for the Sirens. An excellent jam again for Canberra. 91 points, playing 185 points to the Sirens. And with 7.5 minutes left in this game, Canberra starting to turn things around. Possibly too big of a disadvantage at this point, but certainly giving it all that they have. Cookie Crackhouse back after a little sojourn from the jam line. She's up against Holiday Skara, who has one to beat. The one, however, is Betty Doom, and she is very persistent. Unlucky to put her left leg down. Caught a track cut, giving Cookie Crackhouse a power jam. Holiday Skara knows how unlucky she was with that one. Centimetres in it. Cookie Crackhouse is trying to get on through on the inside line, held back by Canberra blockers. Vice City managing to force her off the track. Referees call a track cut on her. Cookie Crackhouse sent to the penalty box for a track cut. Excellent work there by the blockers. Holiday Skara released from the penalty box before Cookie could get there, so that would suggest that Cookie has to serve the full 30 seconds in the penalty box. Harlot managing to sneak on through on the inside line. Excellent footwork there, kept her in bounds. There's no lead jammer for this jam, which means it'll go for the full 2 minutes, and that's about 45 more seconds. Holiday Skara, excellent work there. Sidewards on the outside line, scoring 5 points. Legolas trying to give a hand to Holiday Skara. Making a little bit of a gap there, not quite enough. With Cookie Crackhouse back on the track, Canberra blockers are now about the business of stopping the opposition jammer. They're doing a tremendous job there. Cookie still stuck behind some blockers. Again, a fast pace forces a no-pack situation, and that jam called off. An excellent jam there for Vice City, adding 10 points to the score. They've cracked a ton as well, 101. Plays the Sirens 189. 5 more minutes left in this game. Both teams with one blocker on in the penalty box. Both teams using the triangular defence. And both jammers trying to go up the inside line. However, it's Fizzgig that gets on through first. Ellie Stomp is out behind her. Both packs again trying to muscle their way to the front. Both teams wanting to be in front. Canberra blocker Boudica sent to the penalty box, giving the Sirens a slight pack advantage. The Sirens scoring a quick 4 and calling that jam off. Big thanks go to Spank Ali, Tavish Designs and Betty Bearings. Sorry, Better Bearings. Betty probably has better bearings. Thank you to them for being our sponsors today. Fast lap takes a whole wall of blockers from the Sirens to hold her back. However, Corky Screw streaks around the outside to get lead jammer. Fast lap only 2 or 3 steps away from her. Fast lap with very long strides. Corky Screw using her booty to get as many points as she could. Only 2 points to Corky Screw from the Sirens, 3 to Fast lap. An excellent result there for Canberra, not in the lead, however scoring more points than the other team. Scoreboard reads 195 to the Sirens, to 104 to the Vice City B. Just over 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Time for another couple of jams. Fizgig managing to mush her way through for lead jammer. Pink Mist stepping aside, using her skates in a jogging style, and she is through as well. Fizgig too quick, and she calls the pack to the front to try to stop Pink from scoring any points. And that tactic works for them. 4 points to the Sirens. 199, playing 104. Probably only time for 2 more jams, I imagine. Titosaurus fouled out of the game there. She's got 7 penalties, so she doesn't get to play anymore. However, with only 2 more jams, South Seas have plenty of other players that they can rely on. Ellie Stomp trying to muscle her way past those blockers. Great use of toe stops. Fantastic blocking from Canberra. Taking Crash Bandicoot out and driving her all the way back to the back of the pack. Now a strong wall of 4 from Canberra forces her to keep on skating. She manages to challenge a multiplayer block though. In the meantime, Ellie Stomp rounds her way through. Did she lap the jammer? I think so. However, Crash Bandicoot takes the outside line, sneaks her way through to complete her initial pass. Stomp forced out of bounds, checks that she is lead jammer. She is. She scores 4 quick points, calls that jam off. No points to the Sirens. Canberra sitting on 108. Sirens sitting on 199. Very possibly the last jam for this game. And that brings Fast Lap onto the jam line for Canberra. She's up against Fizgig from the Sirens. And just reminding you who we had playing today for Canberra Roller Derby League, the Vice City B team. We had Prairie Scorn, Legolas, Dracula, Roxy Diehard, Pink Mist, Punky, Ellie Stomp, Harlot Oscara, Lady Von Whack and Smack, Fast Lap, Boudica, Ruby Doom and Machete Bell. And playing for the Sirens from the South Seas Roller Derby League, we had Cookie Crackhouse, Langmead, Harmon Miranda, Amy Gedden, Nymphoscora Tonks, Fizgig, Titosaurus, Crash Bandicoot, Betty Doom, Jamazon, Corky Screw, Smackrabat, Flux Decapacitator and Perilas. Jamming for the Sirens, Fizgig through as lead jammer. Fast lap, one to beat. She draws the blockers out, manages to stay on her feet on one leg whilst trying to regain her balance. Excellent work there from Canberra. However, Fizgig scores a quick 4 points and then calls that jam off. Canberra calls a time out with only 9 seconds left on the clock. That means they get one more jam. 203 points to the Sirens so far, managing to crack the second ton. Vice City B on 108. Langmead jamming for the first time in this game for the Sirens. Not a lot of room there on the jam line. Both teams meshing in there. Canberra blocker, Boudica. Standing up the front, organising her blockers, using a triangular defence again. Sirens using a straight line defence, with Langmead going for a running start. Holiday Scara hopping up and changing directions. She goes to the outside and back on the inside. Seems to be an awfully large amount of skaters on the track, but there are only 5 for each team. Holiday Scara tries to go on the outside. She has the power jam with Langmead sent off for blocking out of play. Holiday Scar is the lead jammer, and she hits the back of the wall of blockers there. The blockers using a triangular defence. Canberra trying to keep the bunny, but unable to do so. Harlot softens as she is taken to the ground. Canberra blockers will try to give her some assistance, and doing so, she finds a gap on the outside, but like the Terminator in Terminator 2, those Sirens just keep reforming their wall. Harlot, amazing track work there, up on one toe, going backwards, works for all of those 5 points there. Langmead is back on the track for the Sirens. She is through for her initial pass after some very persistent blocking from Punky. Holiday Scara again trying to get her way through. Canberra bench indicating they want this jam called off. Langmead still trying to make her way through. Booty offering lots of resistance there. However, Langmead is through for her 4-point pass. Scarlett O'Hara looking a little fatigued now. She's bumped around from side to side, and that jam comes to an end. 2 points added on that pass for Canberra's Vice City Rollers B. That jam ending in their favour, 7 points to Sirens 4 points. We have the unofficial score. South Sea Roller Derby League Sirens 270 points, 208 points, 1 point added there. Against Canberra Vice City B, 115 points. And that is the final score, 208 playing 115. Thank you so much to both teams. Thank you to you for watching, and we will be back here tomorrow with a full day's program. Thank you very much for watching.